Hello everyone. How are you guys doing? Hopefully everyone has been having a very good Sunday time to play chess, at least for me. As always, feel free to ponder on the solution of the following puzzle you guys see on screen. It's black to play and win, and I'll make sure everything is working on the technical level. Okay. Let's check this. Perfect. Okay. 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 So, clearly we are down a pawn in this position, so we have a material deficit. But our king is much more active than our opponent's king, and I think you can argue the same for the rook, at least for this particular move in this particular position. And you should be familiar with, well, first of all, calculating the most forcing moves first, but second of all, kind of when kings are opposing each other like this, it's a very specific pattern. So I might as well just go for it. There's no other way of looking at it other than you have to calculate a forcing move, and one of the forcing moves is rook h3. The other one is g3 check. That's the single other check alternative. But after king h3, it's clear that the king is escaping. Obviously not king h1 because of rook e1, but g3, king h3, and that king is escaping to g4, and that doesn't seem to be any win. If anything, black is probably in trouble. So rook h3 as a method of elimination. Gh3 by method of elimination as well. That's an only move. And then g3 check. And what have we done? Well, first of all, white can no longer go to h3. Second of all, white has an only move. When you're calculating, as Daniel Naroditsky used to say, only moves are your best friend. So rook h3 takes g3, only move, g2, only move, g1. And guess what? That's checkmate. There's no more moves. So that's the solution. We can actually pre-move because it's a completely linear sequence. There's no alternatives for white. So as the title suggests, we are going to be playing more blitz. Yesterday was a terrible day. I managed to win at least, like, I think only 2 games. It was full of disappointment on my own game. So I'm going to try to focus better more today. Now let's see. Goodness gracious. Oh, there we go. So 3-11, game 1. Best of luck. Himmelrad. We're going to continue with our repertoire. Many chess players would say, well, David, if you're doing poorly with certain opening, why don't you switch it around? And I argue other ways, although it's a great responsibility to do what I'm about to say. But when you're failing in an opening, and failing in anything for that matter, it's a great, even more of a reason, even more logically would make it that you have to stick with it so you can become better at your weaknesses. But okay, I like starting these streams with tons of like very romantic, you could almost call them superficial motivational talk. And while that may be true, you just have to put the work. No sound. There must be sound. Put the work. There's sound. Okay, Tapkus. We're playing against Tapkus. If anyone else is struggling with sound, let me know. If I see 3 people or 4 or many people struggling with sound, then maybe this is a sign that the sound is deficient indeed. Okay, give me a second. 30, game 1. There we go. Let's actually start playing chess. So I'm playing setup chess. I'm kind of with d3. I'm indicating I'm gonna stay in my half of the board, and black is doing essentially the same thing. So let's both kind of mind our own business. But there we go. Now black plays a move that occupies more. I mean, not occupies, but attacks. Kind of already compromising to certain structure. Although my own moves compromise to a structure to a certain degree too. And queen b6 is a very interesting move. I don't think it's a good one. Bishop b2 is nothing to worry about. Especially because after knight bd, I can defend it tactically with knight bd2 or knight a3, given that bishop b2 runs into knight c4 then. This is interesting. I can also go knight c3. But I think I prefer... Sorry about that. I think I prefer knight a3. Knight bd2, knight a3, knight a3, knight bd2. Okay, this is actually why I lost so many games before. Because I just spent 1,000 years. I get too curious. I think I should play rapid. But okay. This is interesting regardless. I'm gonna start with c4 or with e4. e4 looks so natural. If they take, should I take with the pawn or with the knight? Taking with the knight seems tempting because then knight f6 takes bishop h6 might be a problem. And d4, we're essentially getting into King's Indian defense positions, especially if black decides to play e5, where the queen on b6 is only helping white to get knight c4 with tempo. So I consider this a massive win. Massive win. Now obviously I can move my knight away and play f4. I can play a4, knight c4, but a4 is a kind of a very... That's a very... positional move, kind of aiming for the long-term benefits of the position. But I think c3 is a little bit more punishy. I think this is already getting into punishable territory where black has neglected their development way too long. And that's why I decide to sacrifice a pawn. I'm gonna hop in on c4, hitting the queen. Here my original idea was something like bishop f4. And I think I will execute this. If e5, rook c1 looks interesting, but I'm not worried about losing the exchange. I think the dark squares are so weak. Knight e3, knight d5 also comes to mind. Goodness gracious, I think this is a dream. Say that a lot about lots of positions though. I'm gonna start with rook c1. I think it's not necessary to sacrifice the exchange, although I think it would have been extremely interesting. Yeah, maybe it wasn't the best. Maybe I should have played bishop e3. I'm already kind of regretting that decision. But okay. e5 looks strong. Threatens both knight d6 and gf. So for example, if fg, I have this intermediate move, knight d6. And then, you know, that's... Black is in... As Magnus and Hikaru would say, oh, that's the idea. In a world of trouble, I was going to finish. I think I'll have to sacrifice the exchange. Yeah, this wasn't part of the plan. That's a shame. I felt like there was something, but it's kind of my fault for managing my time poorly. Okay, let's not completely give up. I think this is still pretty unclear. So d4 comes to mind. Very active looking move. I'll go for it. Threatening d5. cd, knight d4. I don't think that works. Yeah, that looks very reasonable. I think I'm gonna choose to go knight d6. I don't want to take and then knight d6 because I feel like the queen in the grand diagonal is very well placed. And against queen c6, I think I can like king g3. Queen c6 now, queen d5 is in the air, but I think I'm gonna keep pieces on the board. I think that increases my chances to create some counterplay. Against rook e8, I can take and play knight f6 potentially. King g7, rook d4. I know queen c3 at the very end of that line. Maybe that's not a good idea. Okay, that allows... Okay, that's very risky for no reason. I'm not gonna go king h4. I was gonna go for a Nigel Short king adventure, but ultimately decided that maybe it wasn't the best idea. Considering rook c3 in one of these positions. Oof. I'm gonna go f5, preventing queen g4. It was a move that I wanted to make either way, but I wanted to wait a little bit longer before I made it. So not ideal. I'm gonna play king h2, anticipating rook g8. Rook g8 happens either way, very logical. I'm gonna go rook f3, rook g4, maybe rook f4. As I said, I didn't want to go for all of this. But okay, at least I'm threatening... Oh, what am I doing? Thanks for the game, Tapkus. I played very slowly, but I think I was onto something. Queen b6 is definitely wrong. Knight c3 was right. Knight bd2. How is knight bd2 not the best? I could have sworn on this. I mean, e6. This is the reason why I rejected this. But then knight e4. Ah, okay. Knight e6 is obviously a problem. So queen. Okay. Yeah, it's not so easy to prevent knight d6. Interesting. What is the threat? Just natural chess? Knight a4 is the threat. So for example, knight f6. Well, then knight a4 is not that amazing. Interesting maneuver. Knight c3, knight a4. But the engine likes e4 either way. Okay, what about knight bd2? Yeah, this is amazing for me. What am I doing? c3 is interesting. Yeah, this maintains the advantage. e5. Yeah, this is simply just occupying space and rook e1, knight c4. And what if bishop g4? h3 takes. Queen takes. Oh, what am I saying? Yeah. I need to do my tactics. I've been focusing way too much on repertoire and forgot about tactics. Rook b1 would have been stronger here, and I considered it, but then... Yeah, I assumed that I had compensation there, but I thought this couldn't be wrong. Yeah, I should have played bishop a3 here. The dark squares are super weak. But okay, rook c1 is not wrong. And here I go e5, and that's seemed good, but it wasn't. Knight cd2, b6, and then d4 would have been strong. But I got that in this last position, but then I started recovering, I think. Or maybe not. Yeah, f5 right away. I lack tactics. So that was game 1. This is game 2, sorry. Game 3. Game 2. Our rating is abysmal. It's never been this low. Okay, it hasn't been this low in such a long time. Let's go bishop g4. This is a sideline. Followed by e5. Damaging the dark squares. Usually white continues at d5, but d takes e5, d takes e5 is also possible. I'm gonna play h5, preventing g4. Believe it or not, h5 is a very important move. Introducing bishop h6. We're playing against the bishop here, and if white manages to, prolong or delay black's plan of playing h5, bishop h6, or any plan that exchanges the dark squared bishops, then they'll be pretty happy. Does knight e4 work here? It doesn't because of knight e4. So I'm going to play bishop g5 because white kind of have the beneficial tension there. And here, pretty happy already. Because we have managed to leave white with the suboptimal bishop, which is the light squared bishop. It's crashing against my pawn structure and their own pawn structure. I need to blink more often. Castle short side, very natural. b4 is the plan for white, so I'm gonna anticipate it with a5. Now white has to worry about all sorts of things. For example, if they want to prepare b4 with a3, then all of a sudden a4 can be very annoying. And sure, by playing knight b5, my opponent's saying, well, this pawn, which used to be on a7, can no longer push my knight away, and that's fair. But who is that knight going to... What is that knight going to do? Okay, give me a second. Knight c5. Knight c5 looks like a very natural... knight c7, queen c7, queen f6. Yeah, I do have to worry about some knight c7 tactics. So from that perspective, I think this is actually a reasonable move. I can play rook c8, but my rook on a8 is ideally situated. Maybe I should play king f8, king g7. I mean, castling short side is also very tempting, but I think my rook on h8 is actually useful. So I'm gonna play king f8, king g7, and only then I can play knight c5, because now my king is defending the knight. This may seem like a very stupid move to the beginner portion of my audience, because it does seem like we're not castling anymore, but the rook on h8 I think is useful. Let's complete that plan. My opponent's playing pretty quickly. I don't have chance to even check. I'm assuming the sound works. If anyone is out there and they have their hands free, please let me know. Rook queen e7 is actually possible. Knight c7, rook a8, followed by rook c4. But I think I'm gonna include knight c5 first. I think knight c5 is very natural. Okay. This opens all sorts of possibilities. One of them being knight d3. c6, takes 6, knight c3. Do I want that? It looks amazing. But I think I want to continue playing very slowly. But c6 looks strong. I'm gonna play c6. If takes, like the 96, 94 becomes available. And I think my structure becomes better. So knight c3 right away I'm expecting. I'm expecting knight c3 right away. Taking on d5, knight takes d5, knight takes d5. Yeah, I think that's probably better for me as well. The question is knight c3, c takes d5, e takes d5. Am I happy with this? Probably the answer to that is also yes. I'm gonna go for that. E takes d5 is probably the most resilient. I want to play queen b6 and bring this rook to e8 potentially. Once again, I think the rook on h8 is useful. As soon as I go rook h e8, I feel like g4, h5 ideas become something to worry about. But now that the queen is away, actually I think the rook, it's always tough. It's always the question, which rook? Tough question. I'm gonna put the one on h now. Maybe it was always better to put the rook from the h file. Okay, do I go e4? I think I do. It does weaken d4, but you know, I have now knight d3 thanks to that. It's well defended on top of everything. Introducing, like for example, if knight e2, also knight d4, e3 or e3 right away. I'm preparing rook e5, rook a, e8. My position is definitely superior. Maybe I should go knight d3 right away, although bishop e4, I know bishop e4, knight d1. But knight d3 doesn't threaten anything. And it doesn't, knight f2? Okay, knight f2 is always something to calculate, but I think rook e5 can't be wrong. The reason why I was wondering maybe knight d3 right away was better is because of what my opponent played, queen d4. But it seems like nothing, I mean it's fine. We can allow that. All of a sudden there's some sort of pin going on along the diagonal, so something to worry about a little bit. But I just have to move my king away. Oh my goodness. This is a blundery blunder, goodness. Okay, I'm gonna have to play this. Okay, I'll have to take with the pawn, unfortunately. This has gone out of control. It was a very nice game until that point. I got excited yet again. Hoping there's no way to exploit this pin. Although, of course, there is. Okay, now I have counterplay. This was definitely a mistake by my opponent, and 2 knights in time trouble is quite a bit, quite tricky. So I'm reasonably happy about this whole stuff, this whole thing. Although maybe I spoke too soon. I'm gonna bring my king over, close the position. Okay, now I'm pretty happy. King d6 or king d5? Okay, that was a mistake. h7 would have worked, no? I mean, it would have been probably a draw. Ah, wow. It works either way. Okay, let's make it crazy. Although it could backfire very quickly. But I have 2 knights. Crazy position. Are we gonna get 2 knight mate? That would be insane. I've never had this in my life. This is a first, sorry, not a 1. What am I saying? Okay, I think part of the way you win this is by taking the king close to this knight. That's good news. That's not so good news. Okay. If I can do this, this would be amazing. I just checked if I was recording, by the way. That was stupid. Super stupid of me. I can still lose this. I think I thank you for the game, Maxime. I got very close there. But I think it was a forced win at some point. It wasn't. But it felt very close. Yeah, it was never nothing. It was never anything. I shouldn't have checked if I was recording that kind of. That's greed at its finest. It's like witnessing something pretty cool in real life and taking out your phone and recording it instead of enjoying it in the moment. But okay, what is the best way I can ask questions? Not F3? King E3, no. Maybe something like this. Leela would potentially win this. Okay, what about knight? Ugh. Yeah, it's a draw. I need a couple of tempos too. Like if I was stopping it on G6, that would be much better. Here I definitely had a win. Queen F2. Ah, obviously. Yeah. And if this, Queen F6, I suppose. And knight F4. Yeah. And obviously this. What about the opening? I think we got a fine position. Fine position. Bishop G5. We've equalized. But here knight H7. I didn't know if I wanted to exchange queens or not. I thought I had potential to somehow push this queen without allowing the queen trade. I'm pushing G5, G4. But that was way too optimistic. Like, white, it only takes white one move to stop that whole plan, I think. But okay, what I did was not wrong either. And here, to take is a mistake. I mean, Queen B6 right away, yeah. Interesting. I mean, taking just clarifies it, and I think it's not a crime either. Queen B4, ah. Wow, yeah, Queen B4. E4 is a mistake here. That's interesting. Knight G4 with the idea of F5 first, and then knight F6 back, I suppose. So that was a mistake by me. And then here, I missed knight takes D5 apparently. But knight G4 even worse, just blunders. So yeah, that was... It was a good game. But then, as always, once I start running out of time, like the quality of the game decreases exponentially. Exponentially? 28... 25, game 3. So far, loss, draw, and by, I mean, logic, this should be the win. Okay, let's play the Philidor, knight bd7. They play rook g1. The theory goes g6. g4, e takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop g7. People have played bishop g5 and bishop e3 right away, but I think bishop e3 right away doesn't make sense because of knight g4. So yeah, my opponent goes for g4. If you say A, you have to say B, as my coach used to tell me. We go takes and then bishop g7 because after... You can't do it the other way around. Bishop g7, g5. After takes, there's this additional g takes f6 move, so that's how you overcome that that minor problem. And here you just have to know d5. d5 is a very difficult move to come up with over the board, but that's why theory exists. So d5 is the way to not get an already worse position. After check, c6 is the theory. D takes c6 castle short side. I once played this with the knight on b6, And that's also interesting. It's not so easy to punish it. But the knight in e5 creates additional ideas, such as putting pressure on g4 with the knight on b6. That doesn't happen. Now, if I recall correctly, this isn't the move, but it's a very logical one. So it shouldn't be losing or anything. I don't have anything else, right? Yeah. Bishop g4 doesn't seem like. So I'm down 2 pawns, but I'm up in development. How do we continue? We have to play very energetically. Queen b6 comes to mind, hitting the b2 pawn. Although knight b3 defends it and creates a threat on my queen. Queen c8 actually doesn't create any threat against g4, unfortunately, as I thought it did. But wait a second, the pawns I'm missing are in the c and the b file, which means that I'm happy I don't have them, especially because, like, I was fearing queen d2 and castles queenside, but then I realized, well, do they really want to castle queenside? Queen e7 can't be wrong. Knight d5 can't be wrong. Which one should I go? I think knight d5, knight takes d5, maybe giving white a clear path to play c3 and try to solidify. I don't know. Queen a5 or queen c7. Queen a5, knight b3. Okay, you know what? It's fine. So I'm claiming that the knight on b3 is worse than on d4. I could have played queen c7 right away. But yeah. I think it opens the d file, so rook f d8 comes with tempo. For example, g5, rook f d8 is now possible. And if we compare that with queen c7 right away without provoking knight b3, then I wouldn't be hitting the queen, therefore gf6 would be winning. So now I can play knight d5, for example. Or knight e4. Or knight f3, or bishop f3. Okay, those don't work. Don't seem to work. I like my position a lot. I think this is winning, objectively already. So I got knight e4, creating a threat. Takes. I'm creating another threat, so bishop f4 is kind of forced. But then at least, at the very least, I can start getting some material back. This one begs for rook d4. Rook d4, knight d4, knight c3, bc3, queen c3 is completely winning, yeah? Ah, but there's knight b5. This is tricky. Although I kind of not believe it. But yeah, I mean, maybe it does work. Okay, let's take the safe approach. This was a rook e8 actually, but I completely missed this. Okay, it can't be that good. I mean, I'm still putting pressure, but a little bit poor to miss it. Knight f3 is the threat. King f1. Knight f3 regardless, I think. Eight seconds. Playing very slowly because the positions I get are kind of always very interesting. That's my fault completely. This, however, I think is completely lost. King h2, bishop d4. Here I think I can... I was considering knight f3 for a second there, and probably that works as well. But king g7 seems to be very clean. Until I said that. And now it's complete mess. I think I'm still winning. Sorry, goodness gracious. But I think it's a complete mess. An absolute mess. I'm up a piece. Okay, this clarifies things, and that makes it so much easier to play. It's not. I'm not. It's no longer a piece. It's 2 pieces for the rook, but they can't take on h2 because of rook f2. Check. Oh, there's a beautiful line. I think he doesn't allow me to make it, to play it. I think this is the cleanest. This looks like it's allowing takes, and queen takes d2, but there's queen g4 at the end. I didn't see the whole thing, actually, if I'm completely honest. Okay, this guy's not resigning. Queen e4 was better, but okay, queen e2 is getting the job done. Yeah, I should just kill the game. I keep relaxing here. Now there's knight g5. And if king f1, queen e2. Here queen h2 is a nice mate. There we go. Thanks for the game, La Share. Hello James, it's going well. The puzzles, we stopped a reasonably long time ago. Like 2 weeks, a week ago, 2 weeks. I just started playing Blitz recently. We may have to go back because I failed to convert many good positions. Or actually failed to defend many positions. Slightly worse positions. Yeah, so the best move here is h3. After which black, I think, plays a6. And on knight d5. Yeah, knight d5, knight takes, queen e2, I believe. I don't know. c7 and then a6. There's an insane move somewhere over here. What was it? I was bishop d7, queen e2, and I think bishop e8. Yeah. Insane move, bishop e8. But it's not the only move. I mean, there are many lines. It's just one of many. Here we thought a long time. So this is where we spent most of the time. We spent 1.5 minutes. I played queen a5, which maintains equality. I mean, it's not the best move because we're already -1. There's a better move, and that's queen e7. I was concerned about queen d2, but I think after rook f d8 castles queenside and knight f3, it seems black is getting tons of play. Especially because after knight f3, white has to give up the light squares, but it's not obvious. So that's why I went queen a5. At least it's not losing, and g5 is too optimistic, because now I get all my pieces into the game. And it's difficult to defend. So here, rook d4, knight b5, knight f3, queen e5 is what I was calculating, but here there's only one move, and that's queen h2. I see. Rook h1, queen f2 is mate, and rook g2, queen h1 is trouble. Yeah, queen h2 would have been... that was the move I had to make. So I could have actually killed this game much quicker than I did. I ended up taking a practical decision and followed it up by a mistake, because bishop f3, rook g3 would have actually saved white. Wow, look at this move, knight g4. Oof, wow. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Knight g4 deflecting the bishop. Now there's queen c4 and there's never king g2 obviously. So bishop e2, queen e2 is mate. And if rook g4, I suppose simply queen h2, but then what is even my threat? X. My threat is queen h1, rook g1, queen h3, king e1, and something like bishop d4, queen c3. And bishop f3 ideas. Yeah. I agree with the engine. Was there queen sacrifice at some point? When rook was on g3. Ah, you were absolutely right. I didn't even see this. Maybe it's not working, but like I should have at least calculated it. Yeah, I don't know. What does the engine think? Yeah, the engine agrees. Well, what's the kill? Ah, knight g4 simply. Okay. Threatening rook g3 and knight f2. What did I do instead? Yeah, I chose the lazy way to win. Three games and we're already more than halfway through the stream. Let's continue with d3. David, are you not wasting your white? You have the chance of playing the first, like, its first move, and you play d3, which is a very unambitious move. Yes, that's true. But the structure is difficult to play against in general. I mean, even as black, it's difficult to prove. And this is funny. Black is going for a can Sicilian. But yeah, what I was saying is it's already difficult to play against the King's Indian defense with the black pieces. Like when black plays it with the black pieces, the normal King's Indian. Obviously it's going to be challenging to play against it with the King's Indian being up a tempo, right? So they go d5. Now this is some sort of like just normal Queen's Gambit declined structure. But black played it is a useful move, a6. But maybe not up there in the list of priorities. So I'm going to continue with my King's Indian setup. Knight c6. e4 makes sense here. Bishop e7 I'm expecting. I think I can already go e5. Taking on d5 is also playable. Do I go rook e1? I think I do want to go rook e1. Trying to switch the board in my head. Yeah, sometimes I play rook e1. I keep the tension between the pawn on e4 and the pawn on d5 for one more move, because I think sometimes ed5 is useful. And I'm going to ask myself the same question again. Do I want to go queen e2 or do I want to take on... go e5 and then queen e2? I think I want to go queen e2 right away. Yeah, queen e2 without going e5 right away. So queen e2. Keeping the tension for one more move. And there we go. Black goes d4. Black concedes. But when black goes for that... Now there's a very big difference here. Obviously black is arguing that after e5 now they have knight d5. But that was a downside to this move. And I think that is that I no longer have to go e5. I think I can, given that there's no tension over here, I think I can switch to knight h4 f4. But there was a better way of getting it, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of actually, look at this, think of it in this way. So there's also, black had the choice of playing for the normal King's Indian structure with e5, right? So essentially black is getting that but in a suboptimal move order. I don't know if I want knight h4 f4 right away, or should I? I don't know, a4 looks very natural. I think I'm gonna go a4. I'm not scared about e5 because then knight c4, queen c7, this is all very natural. King's Indian territory. Okay. I'm gonna go knight c4. I think there's also the chance of trading a pair of minor pieces, which is always nice. Should I take and then go knight ce5, or should I play knight ce5 right away? I think knight ce5 right away is the answer. I like this position. The only problem is I already spent a lot of my time in order to get here. but I'm okay with the price of that price to pay. Not bishop a3. Okay, I'm gonna read that very soon, Mr. Bexrus. Yeah, not entirely sure this is the right approach. This is the part of the game where the quality of my moves deteriorate as a result of time trouble. But yeah. I'm actually threatening takes. And then black can't take with the queen because of knight d4. So they have to take with the bishop. Which might mean something. I'm not sure if I'm actually threatening to take on a before. I'm a little bit worried about this knight on e5. I should have played knight d. No, I can't play knight d2. Yeah, I remember now. I should have played rook. I'm gonna play rook ec1. I couldn't have played it on the previous move because the bishop was on c1. Oh, I'm very happy now. Now I can play knight e5 and then f4. Not because I want my knight on e5, just because I want to play f4. Now my knight is gonna come back. Although my knight on e5 for now is fine. So if I don't have any motivation to, there's no one attacking it, maybe I'll leave it there. Not sure. Probably gonna place it on d2 where it's not blocking the bishop. Or maybe I should worry about preventing black's ideas first and then see where we're at in terms of knight maneuvers. But yeah, putting it on d2 seems like a good idea. I'm gonna prevent knight e3 with bishop c1 first. I have to watch out for c4. I think it doesn't work, but maybe it does. I'm gonna play h3. Maybe I should have played h3 on the previous move instead of bishop e2. Yeah, that looks very logical. I'm not sure about this. I think I'm happy now. Queen c2 maybe is a problem. They're calculating knight e3, bishop e3, de, queen e3, bishop c5, d4, rook d4 I suppose, knight d4, rook d8, rook a1, queen b6. I mean, in all fairness, that seemed like something to calculate, but I think I have this rook c1 first. Obviously bishop c5 is impossible because of d4 or b4. And after queen b6 only, then I'd take on e3. Yeah, e3 is weak. I don't have to take it right away. I can also play d4 first, actually. I know I can't. Bishop e4 is there. Okay, I can play it now. Okay, I have myself a pretty nice position. I should not flag. Okay, my opponent is now under some pressure. I'm gonna keep the knight alive because I think it's difficult to play in time trouble against the knight. I'm gonna put 2 rooks in the 3rd rank. This is funny. e5. Okay, I have a monster pawn. c7 rook d8 is... Ah, they stopped it. I think this transformation benefits me. This is winning. Could have taken right away. Thanks for the Petco. Hello, Yeti. Thank you, Yeti Jim. I'll check it out. Someone asked me about, I think, rating. No, not. Hello, number 3. I'm 1700 in Blitz. On leeches, how can I improve and become a better player? Play rapid instead of Blitz. And analyze your games. Stick to what you play. Don't abandon your openings. Just because they're not working out at the moment. And be patient, I guess. Easy to say, difficult to act on it, but what else do people expect from advice? I always say the same story about Alireza, so I'm not going to say it, but the same thing happened to Alireza when they asked him for advice. He said exactly something similar. I mean, play games, analyze your games, and analyze them, and everyone was like, whoa, thank you, dude. I mean, thanks for that amazing advice, but then they were criticizing him, right? But that's as good as it gets. Hello, Ultimate. Ultimate Beast. Hulk. You're looking for a worthy opponent. You're looking for a worthy opponent. You want the challenge. I'm not playing against viewers, although you could go into the general Blitz pool at the same time. So I'm going to do it right after analyzing this game. I might not be your worthy opponent, though. Yeah, rookie one was correct. For once, I didn't prematurely play e5, although that would have been fine as well. But I think this makes more sense, humanly. The engine likes e5 already. I have a question. Yeah, e5. The engine goes e5 regardless and says, you know, I don't care about this. And against all this raise going on, it's kind of, yeah. Everyone is interested in getting better, but no one wants to actually do the heavy lifting. Exactly. Myself included. But don't tell my enemies. But there's tons of things that I need to work on. That's surprisingly accurate, actually. Way too close. I've been watching these YouTube shorts, but completely off topic, but there's this arm wrestling community that it seems to be becoming more and more popular. And you know, I'm a big fan of people that devote their lives to a sport or to anything that is worth doing. And there's this guy called Levon Aronian. I'm joking. No, Levan. What's his name? Give me a second. Levan arm wrestler. Levan Saginashvili. He's Georgian. Saginashvili. And he's just a monster, and they call him the Hulk. So that's how that's connected. We took us a while, but we got there. Either way, so a4 was fine. e5 seems to be the hyper accurate approach. Although this is depth 17, so I'm not sure how much we should trust this. But many people think, oh, d4, now we're getting into a different type of King's Indian attack structure. Usually after e5, black goes knight fd7. So they feel forced to kind of, they feel out of their comfort zone. But in reality, you can just go back to approaching this in the normal King's Indian style. Because this is another structure that black could have played from the very beginning, right? So instead of, like, for example, here, like knight, how do you get this? Actually, let's just say c5, knight f3, knight c6, g3, e5. There we go. So black could have got their normal King's Indian here, after which e4, d4, and we get to these positions. So black took two moves to make the e5 move. But on the other hand, my rook is on e1. Usually the rook on f1 is useful, so it's not such a bad trade-off. But that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that it may look like after d4 you're a little bit unfamiliar with this structure, but in reality it's just black is... If the black doesn't play e5, what are they doing? Like, it's e5 is a good move, so it's essentially the same. So you're just gonna anticipate it. That's what this a4 move is doing. And yeah, e5 again, the engine likes getting into these type of positions, but I think there's no need. I think it's a little bit more human and better to understand by playing knight c4. And apparently bishop f4 would have been strong here, preparing c3 to some extent. But I went b3, also not bad, but maybe a little bit too passive. And here h4, according to the engine, what is that? Threatening, a b5, and then, okay, I guess bishop f4. But okay, what if king h8, let's say, okay, it's difficult to triangulate. I'm gonna waste the tempo for black, yeah? So bishop f4. What about knight h5 exactly? Then bishop c1, okay. So bishop f4 is not a real threat, because after knight h5, you're just gonna repeat, and the engine is gonna ultimately go for something else. The engine likes doing that, by the way. Like, you have to be careful with pressing X and to realize what truly the threat is. Sometimes the engine gives a move like bishop f4 as the number one, but upon closer inspection, it's just a repetition. And then after bishop c1, knight f6, then what was at first the second engine move is going to become the first engine move, because usually the engine doesn't agree to perpetual or threefold repetition moves. They usually are more fighting. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah, sane. Yeah, I have the Hulk opening. I'm good, thank you. I don't usually take challenges. I stopped doing it after people were dishonest. I don't trust anyone. In other words. Knight c6 was a relief. I mean, queen c7. Actually, I was thinking of knight e8. I didn't even know what to do against this. It turns out that what I had initially calculated is true. Wow. Wow, what a sequence. That's insane. Sacrifice a knight just for nothing, not even a pawn. That's insane. Look at this. Piece domination. I mean, it's not more than piece domination by white. It's just piece stupidification by black. All of black's pieces are doing nothing. And I guess rook a8, 97 is playing a big role in this. But queen h5 is coming and there's nothing black can do. What? That's insane. That's insane. Goodness gracious. Knight f7, rook a8, 97 is mate. What a sequence. What a move. I'm amazed. That's beyond human findability. Knight d6 right away. Knight g6. Yeah, it's just... it's insane. But okay, this happened. I've been analyzing this for way too long. I keep getting distracted. But yeah, already here black is slightly better. I should have played knight f3 right away. And let's say black plays queen c7, continuing with what they did in the game, and then rook e c1. So kind of anticipating c4 at all times. Because takes. This is simply a pawn. Wait a second, knight e4, sorry. Other pawn. And after rook e c1, let's say they continue with rook fd8, then bishop b2 once again. I mean, it's just slow. You're going to put your knight on d2, I suppose. I was wrong. They're going for c3. But I may have played a little bit too hastily. And I think the same applied to my opponent. I think this whole knight a3 should not be ideal, although knight f6 is no better, so the engine agrees with my opponent. According to the engine, this is a mistake because of what my opponent played, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels very easy to play as white. Bishop f8 was wrong though. Queen a4 right away. And then pushing pawn right away. Bishop f8 was a nervous move. And here knight e5. Knight d3 was obviously wrong, but then I wanted to keep pieces on the board because I think it's much more easy to play with a knight on the board than... I think I didn't want to simplify with knight c6. Although the engine goes for d5. I didn't know what to think about this, but then I guess d6 is indeed a threat because there's rook d6 and tactical weaknesses. Okay. That took a long time. Played against Mr. Purple Inferno. 10103, game number 5. Best of luck. And we're gonna get one of these. It's been such a long time. Ah, they go b3. They go b3. So with the pawn on d5, usually... With the pawn on d5 and with e6, bishop e7 rather than g6, bishop g7, the move here is c5. But without that, then c5. Even more reason, I mean, if anything, no? c5 seems right. Bishop e2 I'm expecting, and then I get to take on d4. So I've traded a c pawn doing nothing for a very active d4 pawn. And because white had to take with a piece and not with a pawn, now I can hit it and gain tempos. Now, e5 may be too hasty because knight b5 is hitting the pawn on d6. Although maybe knight e8 is fine. Maybe d5 then actually is also fine. I know d5, bishop e5. I'm blundering a pawn. So, e5, knight b5, knight e8 potentially. e5, knight b5, knight e8, knight c3, knight c6, e5, knight b5. Okay, this is the part of the game where I really spent tons of time, and I think I should be a little bit more careful. I don't want to play knight e8. I think that loses some of the momentum. Is there any way I can sacrifice that pawn on d6? I don't think so, unfortunately. Do you recommend Agar tactics for 2011 or feeder rating? Let me think that for a while. Especially in this position. Okay, I'm gonna go a6. I think I recommend Jacob Agar to all levels. I mean, depends on the book. But I'm quite sure we have, like, he has books for all levels. If you're 2000, ELO online, no feeder rating. Okay. 2000 online, no feeder rating. I don't know. Maybe I would start with something less intense. But that's my opinion. I know for a fact I didn't do Agar until I was 2000 FIDE. Approximately. Okay, I'm way too slow here. I'm not Daniel Naroditsky. He used to be able to talk and socialize with his viewers while playing, and it truly takes energy from you. Knight c6, bishop a3 is a little bit of a problem. There's always something. This is so annoying, actually. I don't want to go queen c7 because knight c3 then. My opponent actually found some... I thought I was getting some center here. Okay, I'm going to play queen c7. I have to play much quicker now. Okay, h6, preparing bishop e6. Knight d5, I'll have to play queen d8. I've played this so poorly. I'm an embarrassment. Queen a5 right away, maybe queen knight f6, queen d6, but now at least knight f6, bishop f6. There's bishop e7 at the very end of the line. Maybe it's nothing. And I'm quite sure I'm blundering something stupid here. But at least it remains complicated. What am I doing? I knew I was blundering something stupid. That was insane. I'm getting worse and worse. I should stop managing my time so poorly. But okay, let's try our best to defend this. I think it's still defendable. Oh, maybe that's stupid as well. Ouch. And I would have blundered queen g8 either way. Thank you for the M purple inferno. Yeah, we were enjoying our position too much. That happens very often. a6 is a complete. Yeah, so e5, knight b5, d5, bishop e5, knight c6. It's playable. That's surprising. Well, by rook e8, and black has enough compensation for the pawn, but that's difficult to come up with on the spot. So I think d5 would have been a little bit more playable, and actually this makes sense. Now we're playing e5 because after knight b5, the pawn on d6 is not being hit anymore. So for example, if king h1, e5, now there's a6 for example, and knight takes d6 is not a thing anymore. So I should have been able to come up with d5. But instead I played this stupid, I got a terrible position right away. So yeah, credit to my opponent. I was doing them for a while before exams, and one position would take me like 15 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes, and I noticed that I got a lot better, but now I stopped. Chess is so draining. Yes. And lots of the time you don't even see the fruits of your training. 107.50 game 6, I think. Very often you don't get to see the result of your training until... Actually, sometimes you don't even feel it. You just have to trust the process. As not pre-move bishop g2 instead of in case of bishop h3. Rasulo Bugar? What is Rasulo Bugar spectating our game? Bishop g4 castle short side. Yeah, this is a very typical line against the neo. I mean, it's a neo Catalan, but it's also aiming for a King's Indian attack. We got it a couple of streams ago, if not yesterday, actually. I want to go knight bd2 c4. I think this is what the engine recommends. The way to play this. Well, I'm wondering if c4 right away is any good. I think keeping my knight on b1 flexible for one more move it can't be bad. Just the definition of compound effect. Let me look that up quickly. Every decision will take you. Yep. Didn't know that was a concept. Or in other words, I didn't know it was a concept, but yeah, so many. You know, the idea of cultivating the fruits for the future has so many names. So we've played c4 and my opponent goes e6. And all of a sudden, I'm actually playing against the London system instead of the bishop on f5, the bishop is on g4. So black plays a London system, and I think queen b3 is very typical in these lines. And against queen b6, actually you go queen c2. So you provoke queen b6. So the queen on b6 is worse than on d8. That's why I'm doing this. And the queen on c2 is useful. So now bishop e3 is going to come with tempo. That I do know. So I'm actually feeling pretty confident about this. When your opponent plays queen b3 and queen c2. Yeah, this is a good example actually what we were talking about. So I saw this like a week ago. And I hadn't had the chance to execute this over the board in a practical game. That feels great right now. But at the same time, you have to be careful with how great you feel. Feeling great is not good enough. I mean, you have to actually win games. Taking, that seems okay. I think I want to take with the queen to keep my pawns in the center. So I want to go e4, knight c3. a3, b4. Okay, I don't know. I'm actually threatening e5. I know I'm not. Because bishop f3, f6. Actually, maybe as to after castling short side actually enables e5. e5, bishop f3, ef. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. Blundery blunder. I'm gonna try my absolute best to resist, but that was careless by me. I have to go back to tactics. I mean, I'm focusing too much on strategy and stuff. My tactics have deteriorated. I'm gonna try to play quickly, you know, seeing if there's anything to be done, but in reality, obviously black is completely winning. a4, preventing b5. Lila 0 would win this. Okay, let's put resistance. Let's put resistance here. Okay, let's not blunder more than we already did. Let's go. Actually, let's go g4. There's nothing to lose. Let's make things complicated. Knight4, d4, and f3, and sure, I'm still worse, but at least I'm not down a pawn, down a piece anymore. Knight h5 seems reasonable. f4. I want to go a rook f2, preventing knight e2, I suppose. That knight on d4 is amazing. That's funny. My opponent wants knight e2 check. You know, for a second I actually thought, well, let's give it to them, but then rook d3 at the very end is killing everything. So let's not give it to them for now. They sacrifice on e4, sure. Still think that's progress compared to what I had before. Ah, interesting. King g3, knight f5, I'm losing immediately. Actually, I think I'm losing immediately whatever I do. I don't know. I'm gonna keep lots of pieces on the board. So now we've made progress, huge progress. G2, the knight on G2 is designed to not designed to defend the king. I have to stick with the knight because if not, queen e3, rook d3 is terrible news. I think this. Looks like I'm blundering queen f5 again, but then h4 I think is unclear. Okay, we've survived quite a bit, I would say. Still down material, but making things complicated as much as I can. That was maybe stupid. There's no mate. Interesting move. Out of completely nowhere. Yeah, I'm forced to do this. Oh my goodness. I blunder again. This is resignable. Perpetual? I'm joking. Yeah, this is the end. Thanks for the game. Goodness gracious. What a roller coaster. I think we almost got there. Thanks for the game, Magnit. So c4. Queen b3 is... okay, it's interesting. The engine thinks c takes d5, e takes d5, h3. Yeah, I guess. What about bishop h5? e4. Bishop f5 can't be right. Knight c3 followed by e4. And what about bishop e6? Why not h3 right away? It is possible. It's also possible. Yeah. Usually h3 is a useful move to include. Nah, that was stupid. Knight bd2. I have a slight plus. And then I go b3 and bishop e2. I just didn't know where to put my pieces. And I thought e4 was always a good move, but clearly this is stupid and I was completely lost for most of the game until this portion. Where finally I get some... Actually, not even here. I think this is also suffering. Yeah, I was never... I mean, it just made it much easier for black, but this is also winning. Ay, ay, ay. 119. 10. Let's see if we can finish on a high note. Philidor again, knight bd7. Gonna manage my time much better now. You have to take here. You have to come back. Bishop c4, h6 is kind of an only move. This is a very dangerous line. Very dangerous. But if black knows what they're doing, they can survive. So I think c6 makes sense. At some point you have to go like something like b5, queen a5, bishop a6. Rasulo Bugar is still spectating us. They're gonna become worse at chess if they see our games. Okay, b5. Are they gonna sacrifice? I don't think it's... Yeah, queen e2 is possible, by the way. Okay, queen a5. Although b4 looks tempting. But I don't think I'm realistically taking on e4. Actually... I mean, it's very provocative. I think I want queen a5, bishop a6. Bishop a6 right away. Yeah, probably transposes. Actually, I played this position with Jakub Kozakovsky on a casual game. He destroyed me. I couldn't even... I don't remember what he played. Was it queen d3? I think I played a6. There was some problem. I didn't go... Maybe I didn't go c6. It was very strong. It was a very tough game. I didn't even survive like 20 moves, I think. I died in like move 14. Okay, give me a second. b4, knight a4, knight e4. What does black usually do against queen e1? I think this is still very much theory. What does black play? c5, b4. b4, knight a4, bishop b5. I think is a problem. So I expect b4, knight e2, but after knight e2, isn't there queen b5? No, knight g3. Maybe I can simply take on e4. I think this is theory. I'm quite sure I have this in my files. Bishop e2, queen e2. I don't know, taking on e4 always seems wrong. Like, the bottom line of all... Like, for example, takes, bishop f7. Usually taking on e4 is wrong. Ah, c5. Yeah, I remember now. c5 makes tons of sense. It's threatening c4. Okay. Takes with the pawn. I don't think trading... I think this knight is a good defensive piece. Like, for example, without the knight, I wouldn't be able to castle queenside in some positions. I mean, not that I was planning to castle queenside. I think I'm ultimately going to castle short side if I have the chance, but... As you can see, doesn't seem like it. My opponent's playing all the main moves here. How does everyone know theory these days? I was at that level, at 2400, I was like just moving pieces and hoping for the best. Chess has become much more difficult to play, which is a good thing, I guess. Okay, BC, queen c3 followed by c4, bishop a4, that looks horrible. Well, now that the bishop has blocked the diagonal, I think maybe taking on e4 is possible. So I'm gonna take hope for the best. I think putting putting my queen on c7 I was gonna say, but then I'm no longer in time for any of that. Where do I want my king? I think unfortunately back on e8, as much as I would like to put it somewhere more exciting. You know what? I'm gonna put it on c7. I think it's reasonable there. Okay, let's see how it goes here. I can't go b8 because of knight c6. I have to put this here. Ugh, I'm losing after that for sure. Wait a second. Knight c6 regardless. Okay, everyone is just destroying me today. That's how it goes in online chess these days. I'm such a bad loser. Okay. I don't know what to play. I'm gonna empty the A8 square. Yeah, this was the idea. Not that that is giving me any real chances to survive this. Is it sanity? And yeah. Thanks for the magnet. I'm getting completely destroyed. Although I think it was equal up to this moment. Yeah, Castle Squid 94 is insanity. Yeah. I'm not getting destroyed. I'm destroying myself. That's the correction. How did I not even... I was talking about Castle and Queens, and how did I not even consider it? I want to see if I followed. Yeah, all of this is theory. Queen d3, b5. This is what I knew. And then bishop a6. There's the reason why maybe the queen on d3 is slightly better is because sometimes you want knight e2. So for example, knight d2, rook d8 according to the engine, b4, knight c4. So rook d8. And there's some positions where you go knight e2. I think this is one. Not sure. No. Not sure. But I knew about queen d3. Why did it? Why was it not possible to go knight d2 here? What's the difference? Ah, the queen is undefended. So with the queen on d3, after takes knight d2, before this, obviously bishop d3, like white can take back on d3, but the queen on e2 is undefended. That's a key reason. But now, yeah, I just got a nice position. I'm horrible at chess. That's the huge problem. Play Rapid Arena, please. People are desperate to see Respectful Dave playing the Rapid Arena. What can I say? Being famous is such a responsibility at times. I'm joking. Clearly 40, game number 8. So it's been a terrible day so far. But now we're gonna play immaculate chess. People have no idea. Interesting. Actually, interesting structure, this one. So far we haven't had this. Black is playing... What is black playing? I don't know what black is playing, but this is interesting. Very interesting, actually. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna go e4. Seems to make sense. To play much quicker, I have to play much quicker. Takes, knight h4. Okay, I think I'm gonna start with rook e1, although I'm a little bit worried that they're gonna... Like, the rook on f1 is useful sometimes. What can I compare this to? Not sure. Queen e2 maybe, instead. Knight e5, f4, e5. That sacrifice seems a little bit premature. Okay, I'm gonna play c3. I'm preparing d4. I don't know what to play. I'm gonna occupy space in the queen side. Again, I think this is the only plan I see. Kind of modern. Very modern. But again, like what white is playing, which is me. Very modern already. Here I'm going to put this bishop on e3, as I think there's some tactical shots that have to do with, for example, let's say at some point I get b5, and then there's already a pawn on d4, I have knight e5. Just hypothetical thinking. Also, if there's a bishop on e6. So for example, bishop e6, b5, takes, knight e5. We might get that. There we go, I'm the prophet. Although I may be blundering rook a3. But I'm still a prophet. I mean, I still predicted it. Even if it's a blunder. Okay, I'm gonna stop joking. Yeah, that's how I'm losing my games. I'm also not very serious here. I should mature. The rook e1, f e5 at least releases the tension. F e4, sorry. That goes knight bd7 now. Because I was threatening bishop d6 to some extent. Actually, not to some extent. That was definitely something to worry about. And I think bishop b4 is a typical move here. Just to get this out of the way. So now rook a3 is never a tactic, so... For example, f4 takes, e5 is working properly because I never have to worry about rook a3. Or moves like that. I think this knight is on the way, so taking with the knight only makes things easier for black. I'm gonna take with the pawn. Knight g5 is something to worry about. Why did I not play knight g5 before, by the way? I don't know. Knight g5 here would have been very strong. What am I doing? Goodness. These are moves that I can find. I mean, it's not easy once it's not going your way. But that's not an excuse. What to play here? Queen a7 finds some sort of counterplay, I believe. The Grandmaster stopped spectating our games upon witnessing a couple of blunders. Completely understandable. h3, I'm debating whether I should play that. I think it would be a useful move. I don't think I'm worse, actually. Okay, let's accept this gift. And let's play rook f1 soon after. The knights are protecting each other, so... That's good enough. Bishop g4, h3. Okay, I'm creating counterplay. I'm gonna plant that queen on c6. Actually, I'm having second thoughts. I don't know what to do. Push a pawn. Okay, this is a little bit worrying. Okay, this is damage control. Because black can win a piece here, but then I'm hoping I have enough counterplay with my pawns. This is good news, I think. Yeah, this is savable. But okay, yeah, again, this is where yeah, there we go. I already messed up. I'm gonna stop talking. From now on, I'm just gonna not talk anymore. I just say stupid things and I lose games. Okay, there's room for testing my opponent's knight and bishop checkmate, which is always good. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing by putting my pawns in this way, but okay. I think it is, you know, is reasonable. Okay, taking doesn't seem to be a good idea. I want to trade pawns. Takes. I might lose one on the way, but I think actually that's just liquidating into a drawn endgame. Why did I do that? That was potentially pretty careless. Yeah. Difficult to win. If not impossible. Ah, f6. Should have gone f6. Now there's some potential for creating some weird blockade. I don't know. I think this is also working. If I get the chance again, I might go for it. Bishop e7. Hello, Skelly. I'm doing okay. Defending a worse position is not particularly fun. Rough night, yeah. Rough day, I would say. They're making progress. Not ideal. I'm a little bit scared. Oh, that was so stupid. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Goodness gracious. There was a chance where I should have gone f5, f6, sorry. I just want to see if it was true. Taking here on king f4. Wow, this is a drawn endgame? Wow. I didn't know this. So I just dance around these squares. Wait a second. So let's say something like this. And as soon as they move away. Wow. Now this is losing. So I have to play king e5. It's fine. Okay, let me see this one moment as well. Okay, this one. F6. It wasn't working. Wow, but it would have forced black to find this, which maybe wouldn't. It's findable, maybe. Okay. Yeah, okay, I always had this, and I didn't know about this fortress. What about the other part of the game? Rapid streams coming soon. Potentially. So G6, according to the engine, C4 ready, C4 here as well. Yeah, I mean, it would have helped a lot to keep the knight on B1 a little bit more flexible. I did regret playing knight BD too early, but ultimately it's fine. The C3 B4 stuff. I was comparing it with a Philidor, where black does exactly this. Although in those positions my bishop is on E2, so yeah. Don't worry, guys. 10 wins in a row approach. Knight G5 here. It's just I know these ideas. I just take it very easily. I mean, I'm not taking it easily on purpose. I'm failing. I'm just failing. I'm not sure if that was game 9. I think I may have forgotten. So I'm gonna just assume this is game 10. Best of luck, Mr. Podvinik. It's a pleasure playing against you. Okay, I'm not gonna talk anymore. I'm gonna win 10 games in a row. Okay, castle. C4 makes sense here. The endgame should be fine. This is exactly what we got, but in this case we can't play D4. Isn't that interesting? Actually, we can play D4, yeah. And it's probably the best move. E4, knight B4 is exactly the same problem we had before. So we got D4. This makes perfect sense. Now we're threatening E4. This is a Grundfeld, no? Or some sort of Grundfeld stuff. So knight C6. I'm gonna take that. And sure, black does have quite a bit of play to compensate for the weak C6 pawn. But in the bright side, the C6 pawn is weak in the long run. I'm gonna play this weird looking move, knight A3. I could have played also knight D2, but knight A3. I'm getting to C4 regardless, I think. I don't believe in bishop A6 being a problem. And worst case scenario, I can reroute it to C2, so it's really nothing, I believe. Bishop A6, maybe I'll have to play rook E1 to introduce queen A4. I'll play rook E1, defending the pawn. Introducing queen A4 as advertised. We were once 2600. What happened? Oh, yeah. I'm playing at 2300. Wow, this is how low with... No offense, but... Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But it is pretty pathetic from my side. Maybe I should stop being so arrogant, and maybe only then I can actually make progress. I'm gonna focus purely on the chess position. So what do we have here? My knight is on A3. A little bit out of play for the moment. I can recycle it with knight C2. But my plan with rook E1 was to play queen A4. So by playing queen A4, I'm not only attacking the bishop, but I'm also preparing knight C4, which was my original idea with that knight. My opponent plays queen B6, so knight C4, queen B4 is the idea, I believe. And then we have to start calculating queen c6. Ah, but wait a second. Queen b4 is also hitting the rook. So I think I have to take. And that can't be good. So I might be in a little bit of trouble there. That's why I think I'll have to play rook b1. But rook b1, queen b4 regardless. Queen takes b4. Okay, that's fine. Knight c3 though. And no, knight c3 I also, it's defend. Yeah, I think this is fine. Queen b4 takes, queen, knight takes b4, bishop d2, knight a2, bishop c6. Yeah. So they force this. So they take it. Okay, I'm gonna take on c6. Introducing bishop d5. Ideas. But I guess just b4 in general. b4 right away, knight c3 was a little bit annoying. But now if I go b4, yeah, still knight c3 is a little bit annoying. They take it. I'm down a pawn, but I think I'm gonna get it back. So knight b5 is in the air. Rook b1 first, maybe. Makes it better. Bishop d5, bishop c3. Knight b5, bishop b5. I don't know, what am I saying? What am I saying? I'm gonna play knight b5 because it hits the pawn on a7 and it also actually threatens. Never mind. It threatens maybe some rook b1 because now knight c3 or bishop c3 is not a problem, but mainly knight a7, I think. If rook c8, I would have played knight a7. Yeah, bishop c3 maybe is a little bit annoying because it's countering the bishop pair. But I'm hoping the knight is going to be a little bit out of play. Yeah. Luckily, I have bishop d3. I didn't see it, although like I didn't see rook d8, admittedly. I didn't see that either. So now I'm defending a worse rook and pawn endgame. I'm gonna bring the king into the game, expecting my opponent to do the same. It's kind of giving up on anything, on everything. Essentially saying, look, I'm not gonna win the... although, I think I might be actually winning the pawn. But yeah, my king is far away, if anything, so... Yeah, this may be very poor by me, actually. Pushing pawns only makes them weaker, so... If anything, I'm creating weaknesses to myself. But then he or she goes knight d3. Now I think I'm 100% fine. Am I? Yeah, sometimes I'm way off from the real evaluation. That knight looks in trouble. I think I can trap that knight somehow. He can force a draw. There we go. Let's analyze that. Thanks for the game, Budvinic. C4 was correct. CD5 was correct. And knight C3 would have been fine. Like better. Followed by rook B1. Yeah, this is typical, but difficult to know exactly when. Sacrifice pawns like this. D4 wasn't terrible, but it did lead to a slightly worse position. And here already knight C3. I thought about knight C3, but I thought it wasn't that desperate. And it also liquidized the position a little bit too much. So let me write this down again. 150. My camera's gonna die soon, so if you guys see black, that's on me. Okay, Philidor. Surprisingly, this is the first time we reach this position in today's stream. We should get it more often. A4, C6. Adjust the mic. So bishop A3 without H3 usually runs into knight G4 stuff. What was the move here? Queen B6. I think I've had a game like this only once, so my memory's a little cloudy on this. Takes first. So essentially, as if I had played Queen B6 and then white had gone H3. If I go knight GF6, it's almost as if and white goes bishop E3. But then now Queen B2 is always a problem. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense. That convinces me. I think that was probably the conclusion of whenever I analyzed this the first time. So what is my opponent arguing? Queen B2, Queen D3. D5. That doesn't work. Yeah, okay, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. So what do we do? Queen B4 first? Now knight D2, maybe Queen B2 is possible. I wouldn't say that actually, but knight D2 is a horrible move I can take on D4. This I was hoping taking on D4 and then something like knight C5 would work. Knight B6, bishop somewhere. My queen is really compromised on B4, but I think it's fine. D5, ED5, E4, knight E4, CD5, knight F6, knight F6, bishop somewhere. I don't find enough counterplay. D5, ED5, E4, knight E4, knight E4. We're winning a minor piece. I know, Queen E4, Queen C4, Queen E7. So maybe CD5 first, and bishop D5, knight F6 is almost winning a minor piece. It's actually very close to winning this. D5, ED5, E4, knight E4, knight E4, CD5. D5, ED5, E4, knight E4, knight E4, Queen E4, CD5. You know, at the very least, I'm getting back my pawn. No? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go for it. Looks scary. So DC4 is a threat. Obviously, moving the bishop is a complete dream. Moving the bishop. I think knight E4. Or D4, knight E4, knight E4, Queen E4. Something there. Yeah, maybe it's not as easy. But taking on D5 is definitely giving me some counterplay. So this was the idea. If knight E4 CD, knight F6, knight F6, queen, bishop A2. I think or bishop E3 even better to defend B2. I think that's fine for white. But if I take first, Then take on d5. All of a sudden, I don't know. Bishop d5, knight f6, queen d5, knight b6. It's funny. Seems very difficult to like believe this is working, but it's working. Bishop d5, knight f6, queen e5 is the only move to defend. And then I was arguing bishop d6 would be scary. Queen d5, h6. That's the bishop. Obviously, I didn't calculate little sequences like c3, but I'm assuming I'm fine there somehow. Maybe knight e4, cb, and then knight f6 back. Or queen b2, queen e7, knight d5. Although that one looks a little bit more scary. I know, queen d6 right away. There we go. That's nice and easy. Is it? And bishop f4. Goodness gracious, how we got into very interesting line. Yeah, queen d6, bishop f4. So I have to be careful. But I have bishop h3 then. Queen d6, bishop f4, queen d5, queen e7, bishop h3. Rook e5. Queen c6. d5, knight d5. Complete chaos. I don't know. c3. I'll just take the queen and go back knight e4. Knight f6, sorry. And then take on b4 with the bishop, and I'm gonna squeeze that. I'm planning to, at least. My opponent's having a deep think. Yeah, maybe this is a better version than what I was calculating. 94, bishop b4, bishop b4, rook e4. 94, bishop b4. I think I'm not doing extremely well. Queen d6, queen e7. Yeah, I have to go queen b2. Queen e7, knight d5. I'm not blundering any check. Oof, that looks dangerous. Knight f6 runs into a queen trap, so I have to go knight b4. Only move. c3, knight d3. ab. No, I think queen b4. I'm down a pawn. I'm losing another one. Excellent. I'm amazing. Okay, it's fine. Damage control here. Bishop a4. 95 f6. I took with the bishop precisely to prepare f6. And let's try to swindle our opponent here. Sorry. It's come to this. My chess today is abysmal, as it was yesterday. That's just the reality we live in. Okay, make moves quickly. Attack pawn. My pawn is now getting nervous. Okay. That was stupid. Nah, maybe it wasn't. But it's not offering me any chances to do anything. Okay, this feels nice. Am I just losing? Yes, I am. I'm amazing. Thank you for the game, Vlad Podat. Yeah, I'm terrible. So this was fine. ED4 would have been fine, but I got scared of this. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I've set myself goals that are not realistic. I'm playing horrible. I'm bantering horribly, I must correct myself. I do play better when I'm not streaming, in my defense. But still, I wouldn't be playing much better at the moment. I feel like I'm playing rubbish chess. I'm playing rubbish chess. What did people say? I think you're going through a transition phase from solving critical positions to games. Potentially playing games. Yeah. He's excellent at solving problems, especially under pressure. However, he uses. Yep. I agree with you. I agree. But no excuses. So what did I do wrong here? I should have taken on d4. But yeah, it's so difficult to understand. Like even when... Okay, knight g5, knight d4. What do we do? Bishop f6. Yeah, this is a difficult move to come up with. And then you go knight ge5. So it's a move that has independent value. Okay, let me see. Did we equalize? We didn't equalize. We never equalized. Yeah, this whole sequence, it was never working. And my opponent found the best move. Bishop d2. It's not such a difficult move to find, I guess. But still credit to my opponent. And then I got into this equal endgame. And obviously, I should be playing a little bit more conservatively. But now I was hoping to swindle here. Rook h3, rook a6, bishop e4, king e4. There's a draw. I don't know how they do it. I mean, grandmasters swindle much better. Maybe I should have maintained my rook over here, but difficult to say. Okay, let's see. 202. My camera is gonna die soon. For sure. Hopefully it's not in the middle of this game. Yeah, let's play the same thing, but we're getting stronger. I mean, we're hopefully understanding this. And we're getting closer to the point where we can blitz out the opening, which is actually the point where we were at when we reached 2600. But now I'm just, I guess, like Ed Sheeran said about his songs, completely different sport, like completely different discipline or area of life, if you will. Like he said something when writing songs, he mentioned that he has to get all the crap out so that the good stuff can come out. But you know, there's always a balance to this. Either way, so e4, c4. I got a very similar position recently, and I think I went c4. I went c4, and after d4 you have to go e3. And those positions are very unintuitive, but you know, have to learn how to play them. So at this point, I think we're playing some sort of reversed dragon. Knight c3 looks very natural. Was e4 something serious? e4, knight db4. No, I don't think so. I think it was seriously wrong. Making sure I don't look like Mickey Mouse. Knight g5, knight c3, knight e6, knight d1, knight d8, knight g5, knight c3, knight e6, knight d1, knight d8. That seems to be working. Knight g5, bishop g5, bishop g5, knight c3. That's the problem, I think. We got a very similar position the other day. I'm gonna play bishop d2 then. I have to manage my time a little bit better. f6 looks very natural. And then I'm going to play rook c1. Yeah, we're playing a good dragon, I think. Actually, f6 sometimes queen b3 is annoying, so maybe that's what my opponent That's why my opponent didn't go for it. I'll go rook c1. I think queen b3 runs into knight f4. Wait a second, f6, queen b3, knight f4. Queen b7. A little bit unclear then. Gonna go knight e4, introducing knight c5. b6 I'm expecting. But then b6, queen a4 maybe. a3, b4 is also pretty typical. f5, rook c6 followed by knight e5 looks very interesting. But rook c6, fe4 I think is the problem. Let's start with knight c5. So now we have the bishoper. I think so far this has been a good game. We're also up on the clock. Let's see. We're gonna play maybe 5 more games. If I lose most of those games, then I'm gonna quit today. And my chess career, I'm joking. I'm gonna quit today, but then if I win most of those games, I'm gonna do another, let's say 3-game session, mini 3-game session within the stream. That makes sense. But we'll see. e4. So taking fe4 to take is a mistake. Although here, yeah, here it's probably a mistake. It's a little bit annoying that I don't have 95 or 94, so that is a little bit annoying. So knight h4. How is this? How do I not have anything? Okay, I'll go knight h4. I'm expecting knight d4, knight e5. Hello, knight d4, knight d4. g5, knight g6. I suspect I'm surviving. For example, rook f6, d, e, fe, bishop e4 defends the knight, and I think I have some counterplay against d5, so I think I'm surviving. I don't think I'm trapping my knight. And worst case scenario, I think I can pick up a pawn and maybe rook c6, knight e5. I don't think that's the direction this is going. By not taking on e4, I think I haven't opened lines against my king. That's why I think knight h4 right away is better than takes takes and then knight h4. Takes takes knight f4 I think just helps black. Knight f6. Knight g6 makes sense. Bishop c3, bishop f4, g5, rook c6, d4, knight g6. Let's start with knight g6. I think I can, worst case scenario, maneuver this knight to somewhere much more fulfilling. Bishop c3. Queen c1. But then knight d4, knight e2. Rook c6, bc6, obviously. Not queen c6, knight e7. There's some pressure. I think I'll have to go bishop c3. Again, I think rook c6 is always in the air, but okay, b6, knight e5 also. So it's a very double. Wait a second, b6 obviously now this rook c6 idea becomes reality. Knight h4 again. Knight e5 also looks interesting. Knight f4. Knight e5. I like knight e5. It's gaining a tempo. And actually I can plant that bishop there. Do I want that? I think I do. Gonna put queen c1. They can't take on d3 twice because there's bishop f6, queen h6 at some point, and also f5 becomes very weak. They can go knight d5 here. So now we transform into this position. I'm gonna prevent knight b4 before I regret it. And actually all of a sudden we kind of stabilize. This is actually pretty nice. This is convertible, you know? Like a convertible advantage. Let's leave that for like a little bit unclear for the time being. Oh, that's tricky. They wanted bishop h5. That was stupid. I was a little bit scared of all sorts of moves. But by trading those bishops, at least all of these drawing chances are far away. But yeah, obviously this is far from ideal. And try to... And c5 should be a mistake. Wow. Didn't see this. Okay, I'm gonna keep pieces on the board. I messed up. Yet again. Thank goodness I have this. If not, I would be much more in trouble. Ay. Feels like I'm losing here. There we go. First a check. Tell me that it's not a threefold. Tell me it's not a threefold. Oof. I didn't expect that. Goodness gracious. Everyone's trying to win here. We're all very ambitious. My goodness. Well spotted. Well spotted. Okay, that's 1 out of 5. If I lose the rest... Sorry, if I lose 2 more, I'm gonna call it a day. What was wrong with that game? I'm gonna change the battery, first of all. I was having a good Sunday up to this point. But no one said it was easy. As Coldplay said. Okay, let's increase the size of this. Why didn't you play a pawn to d4 and plant the bishop there? Yeah, that was a long time, potentially. But yeah, let me see. So, opening went... I'm trapped. How did the opening go? Yeah, it went well. It's just a reversed. It's a reversed. Actually, what am I saying? Yeah, it is a reversed dragon. Actually, it's in English. What am I saying? It's in English. I transposed it into in English. Look at this. So how do I get my King's Indian stuff? Is there any way? Maybe I should put my pawn on e4. Just trying to figure out, because all of a sudden I'm overlapping a lot with English, and I don't think that's what I wanted. I think I wanted to avoid those positions. But okay. Okay, it can't be that bad, right? Ah, the engine shows me the reality, and that's that taking on e4 first was better, but okay, it's so close, and there we go, now it's equal. It just seems like taking opens everything, so humanly, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, we played well. Bishop f6 here, followed by knight f4, according to the engine. I guess this knight is now defending d3, and if b6, simply rook c3. I was thinking of those types of sequences. So planting a knight, the bishop on e5. Yeah, that was my initial reaction. Why did I not do that? I planted it with f4, I think. I thought it was superior because it prevented f4. Yeah. I should have done that eventually. Although the engine is no longer liking it. Just finished making a new chess engine with a very unique playstyle I'm calling Racer. Would you be down to play a notes game against it for fun? Actually, yes, but not now. I think I'm in a mission now. I want to see if I can... prove I'm not an absolute patzer. But I'll definitely take a look at it on my own. On my own time. Look, I've played so horrible chess that they removed me from the homepage. Okay, 30. Playing Porgy. Let's play confidently. So this is theory. We're playing the Philidor. They go for this line. Very modern line. They follow by g3, although usually white goes a4, preventing b5 first things first. But then after a4 they go g3 or h3 followed by g4. A typical line here is to prevent it with h5. But I believe, as the engine suggests, allowing it is fine. So now I'm gonna castle. And after this I have takes and d5 and black has equalized. Queen d4, I guess we would have to treat it differently. So white goes e5. I'm just wondering here if I can go knight e4. But I think it's better to go here. f4, I have bishop h4, and e6. Obviously I don't have to take and allow a fork. I can simply move my knight. Where should I move my knight is the question. Knight e5. Knight c5, knight b6. Knight b6 looks reasonable. It supports c5, d4 now that d5 is defended. Knight f6 also does that, but then I'm worried about g5 stuff. Knight c5, ef, rook f7. I like knight b6. This takes... Castle short side c5. Knight f5, I can take bishop takes f5, gf. Followed by d4. It looks good. c5. Rook f7. Knight e6. Queen d6 maybe, but worst case scenario, bishop e6, queen e6. Looks fine. I was planning to immediately, take that. Rook f5, queen e6, rook f7, knight d5 is my opponent's idea, but I don't have to take on f5. I can play knight c6 simply. The Philidor has been a big success, I believe. Bishop a3, d4, castles queenside, queen f8 is winning a piece. Here knight d4 looks very tempting. Knight d4, queen d1. Queen d3 is much better. So now I can take... There's no longer queen e6 stuff. So I'm up a pawn, but not only that, my opponent's king is pretty weak. They want a5. Should we give it to them? The obvious answer is no, but play a5, but you know, maybe we can spend that tempo very wisely. Okay, I'll make the practically sound approach. Now I'm gonna exchange well, try to exchange the dark square bishops because I'm playing against the bishop here. My opponent has to play f4 in order to keep the bishops, but then at least now I have gained something. Like I've forced them to weaken themselves further. Queen g4. I believe I have queen f6, queen f8, sorry. Because there's always bishop d4, but then, I mean, even something else. Even queen d7 there would have been fine. I think queen e8 here is a very... Although, do I want to trade? Queen e6? Something to worry about. I think I don't want to trade. I want to go against their king. So I'm gonna go queen d7, preventing queen e6. I didn't even see that, if I'm completely honest. Poor as always. But I have rook e8. And while I may have lost the pawn, I think I'm fine. I think I am fine. There's actually 93 ideas. But I'm actually going to see if my opponent wants to force it. That would be a much better version. Trying to play hyper accurate. I'm quite sure I could have made my life much easier by playing differently. Wow. Okay, let's start here. Maybe I shouldn't have played in the way I played. Okay, let's put the rook on h5. That allows me to maintain some protection. This is getting shaky. Yeah, not ideal, but I guess I have some practical chances. Right. Yeah, pinning myself isn't the greatest idea. But what else? What else would I have played to maintain a chance to win the game? Ah! Well, it's not like I would have played a much better move. What a way to ruin my advantage. Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness, okay. I was losing either way. What a way to waste my advantage. Yeah, that was a tough one. That one really... That one really was unacceptable. Bishop g5 was wrong. I mean, queen d7, bring everyone. I'm overthinking a little bit. Hey, leeches. Heard me crying. Let's build chess endurance. We could try to get a Philidor, but okay, I'm already getting used to this g3, bishop g2 business, so I'm gonna continue with it. Might be just one of those days. No, I think I'm playing poorly. I think I'm playing poorly, and I need to work hard with this structure. I think it's my weakness. Okay, I have the bishop here. This is an absolute dream. This was unnecessary. Super unnecessary. But we have the bishop here. At least. Gonna place my king on h2 where it's a little bit more safe. My bishop is back. I'm gonna blunder the pawn. Okay, now I'm just playing horribly. It's not the structure, it's also tactics. But my opponent blunders it back. Okay, we're back in the game. So let's see. Okay, 4a5 is reasonable. I'm gonna put my bishop in this super diagonal. I'm down a pawn, but I'm dominating completely with my bishops. I'm gonna bring everyone into the game. I'm gonna play knight d5, preventing knight e3. Knight b6 is there, followed by bishop f5, queen d6. Lots of tempting options here, but I think g4 right away takes the cake. I don't think anyone says that actually. Okay, this looks way too good. I can't resist. And queen g3 looks like game over. Queen d8, f6. Yeah, this is a nice game to bounce back from chess depression. But let's not relax. So takes looks good. Bishop g6 first. Forces hg, opening the king. And actually, thanks to that small keeping the tension move, now I can either play knight e7 or I can play everything wins here, but queen h4 I think, followed by knight e7 is the cleanest win. This is a good time management for once. Queen h4, king g8, knight e7. Obviously this check. Yeah. If they sacrifice the queen and they go knight f3, I guess I can play rook f3. Followed by actually king g3, knight h4, takes. That may be actually the easiest. I'm gonna go for that. If g5, I take either way. Imagine there was some sort of... There we go. Thanks for the game. I'm not gonna analyze the game anymore, because if I keep doing that, I think it's gonna be much more grueling. I'm gonna maintain my energy. That was game 14. Yeah, I had a similar tactic with f6, like intervening the attack, the defense, I should say, from the queen on d8. Nice. 29:56, game 14. I'm not sure how many chapters YouTube allows. Okay, they play c4. Interesting. I think this simply transforms itself into King's Indian. Eventually, there we go. It just transposes. D takes e5. I think it's time for this. Never mind. H5, important move. We have some experience here. The main line is actually a draw. Black is slightly worse, but nothing unbearable. Castle short side is also very natural, but I think queen b3 is the main line. I'm gonna go bishop h6, continuing with the plan. Take on c1 or keep the tension? It's a good question, that one. I'm gonna keep the tension. Knight bd7, king f8, king d7. f4 I don't think is anything to worry about. Queen d2. This knight c5. Hitting e4, and then I play a5. And I'm pretty happy. a5 preventing b4. Queen e3, I play king g7. And we have ourselves a decent middle game. So c6 is a typical pawn break. But here, I mean, one of the reasons why you go c6 is because after d takes e6, b takes e6, you want sometimes 96, 94. In this case, however, it's not so easy to get that. So I'm going to have to reroute the... I'm going to find some alternative plan. Another plan that is typical is to achieve f5. So that's why I took my rook back to h8. Sorry, I just realized I'm probably completely distorting the audio. Queen e7 stops f4 ideas. Not that white wanted to play f4 anyway. But the queen on e7 is always useful. I think it's just a move-by-move basis. This is just a fine position for black. Do I want to go c6? I don't think so. I think that weakens our position a little bit. I don't want to move my rook from the h file either. So I'm just looking for useful moves here. b6 seems to be a consolidation. Seems to compromise my position to some extent. I wouldn't be able to play c6 anymore. I have to sit straight. My back is suffering. Knight d7, like knight fd7, knight b6, I've seen sometimes. But I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna play rook hf8. If they play f4, takes, and they take with the rook, because taking with the pawn is, once again, dropping material. Although sometimes white goes takes with the pawn and then tries to find counterplay with f5. But still, I don't believe in that. Takes with the pawn. Like even, I don't know, knight c4 maybe. Okay, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna start with... Should I take it easy? Okay, I'm gonna prepare this. I'm gonna take it easy. f4 takes, rook takes. Knight g8, knight h7. You know what? f4 takes, I go back and I place my knight on d7, and I think I'm doing pretty well. And actually takes f5 is also there, so not worried. I think my knight on h7 is useful. Protects the king a little bit more. As opposed to d7, and if I had put my knight on d7, then bishop d7 is always there. For the time being, this bishop on h3 is hitting nothing. And the knight on d7 also blocks the queen from defending c7, so lots of reasons. We have a little bit of time tie. We have similar times, that's what I mean. Much easier, I should have said that in the first place. f4. f4 takes f5. Takes with a pawn looks horrible. 94, right? Yeah. Now it's gonna become very dynamic. So I'm claiming that by playing this, now I've put pawns against the bishop, so you know that benefits me. But yeah, this is actually true as well. All of a sudden that's weak too. How do we approach this position? Knight f6, knight d5. That doesn't seem to work. But actually I like that. And then I go knight g4. Actually, that I don't like that. Yeah, this is a little bit annoying. A little bit. c6? No. I spend my whole time in this. It's insane. Okay, I'm gonna start with this and queen g7. Wait a second, I can't defend that either. I need my knight somewhere, but no, I that was the critical moment and I failed. Either way, it's not the game over. I mean, let's stop crying here. Okay, hoping for some counterplay. I have a sneaky idea. Ah, they have a sneaky idea back. Yeah, that was it. Well, we tried. Ugh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, this wins as well. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the game, Mr. S. Overreach. I feel like I had a fine position. Maybe f5 was premature. Yeah, it was premature. I know it's fine. But I should have taken on f4. Who would have said that this was all of a sudden pretty dangerous? If it wasn't because of knight b5, maybe black has the time to get comfortable, but okay. Nah, I'm not sure. I misread this. Strategy is failing me. Strategy is failing me. White is slightly better. I misread this. I mean, I'm solid, but I'm never better. So I'm getting a feel for these positions. Knight g8 instead. So what if rook f2, for example? f5 now is stronger. What? Takes f4. Look at this. The knight on h6. With the knight on h6, this is actually good. Because now the king, like, we're defending f5 pretty optimally. So now we're free to put our pieces in better squares. And if we look at this sample line, yeah, this would have made a little bit more sense. Oh, that's something. So knight g8 was better. Okay. Knight g8, look at this. This makes the whole difference. I knew that this was fine, but the problem with my position here is that, look at this, the difference between the knight on g8 and the knight on h7 is massive. +1 and the one with the knight on g8. Like, look at this, for example. This is mine. Like, black is better, slightly. No, actually, 0.6 is 0.6 is already serious. Okay, I accept that. Much better than the previous games. A4 is interesting. No, but A4, every time I go A4, then there's B4. A4, B4, not A6, A3. Yeah, yeah. 240, 30. I've been here for a while. Okay. I feel like I should go E4. And approach this in a Philidorian way. If they go E6. Now they go there. How should I approach this? I want to approach it Philidor style. So what is this? This is... Actually, I messed it up a little bit. Give me a second. Yeah, I messed it up a little bit, my preparation. This is not supposed to go this way. That's very similar to some lines. Takes on C4. They take with the knight. That's horrible. I'm taking with a pawn seems more natural. Expecting D4, but I suppose they can also keep the pawn there. But after D4, we've managed to loosen up the E4 square a little bit. With the knight on C6, I've seen this position with the knight on C6, and after D4, there's this very beautiful move B4. But with the knight on D7, that doesn't exist, which is pretty interesting. Now they keep the tension, a little bit unexpected. So knight C3, D4 is a better version for black, I think. So let's not fall into that trap. D4 keeping a little bit more of a tension I don't agree with, because I think there's E4, so I'm gonna take. D4 now seems tempting. Then E4. Again, knight E5 takes. I guess I have queen A4, queen takes E4. Yeah, that looks interesting. But black is fine there, so I should try to make things a little bit more complicated. Thanks, Skidley. Have a good one. Thanks for joining. Thanks for tolerating all of that. I'm quite sure that was not easy. Okay, I'm gonna play rook b1, putting my rook in an active square. I'm gonna start winning games soon. You have to be optimistic. Okay, queen c7 makes sense. Knight g5 comes to mind in order to park the knight on e4. Queen c3, knight e4. Maybe I should defend the pawn first. Knight g5, no, queen c3, knight e4. Queen c7 back. It's a weird structure, this one. There's room to outplay the opponent, but in order to outplay your opponent, you need to be good at this yourself. And this is something I'm failing at right now. I'm gonna go with my instinct. I have 8 seconds left. I'm gonna go knight g5. Queen b3 defending c3, but also not allowing bishop d7. Okay, knight e4 is natural. Bishop e6 unfortunately simplifies a little bit too much. But if anything, I'm slightly better because of my rook in the 7th. They're not gonna go for it, so I'm gonna get the chance to park this bishop on d5, potentially. Yeah, I don't know, actually. Maybe I should have played bishop e3, f3. All of a sudden, my structure is suffering, so that was definitely far from what I envisioned. I'm gonna go a3, a4, sorry. Introducing bishop a3. Maybe at some point I go c4, and actually I'm happy to get c4 now. I'm gonna go bishop e3 now that I can take with the queen. Little did I realize that I was blundering the pawn on c4. They didn't see it. I almost flagged there. Gave myself a heart attack. And everyone in the audience. Yeah, there's no competition. Queen endgame. What do I think of the queen endgame? I'm lost. But I have d6 in between. Nah, what am I saying? What am I saying? Okay, they don't take the pawn. Prevent the 5. Fortunately, I have to make this ugly looking move. The rook is useful in the 3rd rank. Desperation. Trade pawns. I like g5. Creating some if takes, queen h4, queen h6 ideas. Goodness gracious. Didn't even see this. 22 seems like the only reasonable move here. Preventing rook g4. I learned how to play chess yesterday. I think that's what I've learned from my play today. I learned how to play chess yesterday. Amazing. Amazing chess by me. Top tier. Everyone has their money worth for watching this. Yeah, I'm worse. I'm worse. c4 is wrong here. I should have gone d4, e5, a4, not fd2. Yeah, I guess when people play weird things, I should have sticked with g3, bishop g2. I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna make that mistake again. I should just play these. Like, I should just play the Philidor if I know for a fact that my opponent's gonna go d4. And I shouldn't have played... Yeah, I shouldn't have gone e4 there. I just thought that there's a line where white goes knight bd2 in the Philidor. Sorry, actually, other way around. Knight ge2. And that's actually... I confused it again. So, when knight ge2, that's when you go c6, b5, and so on. But I confused it. Okay, this line. What do we think of this line? h3, g4. I know it. But I forgot what to do. Wait a second. No. Yeah. I thought rook g1, we go g6. But after h3, g6 is no longer as sufficient. We got this recently. I think takes on knight c5 is correct. Okay. Queen d4. Looks like something. I remember some knight b6. Man fg5, knight fd7. What is the benefit, you may ask? Well, the knight is useful on b6. It sometimes supports d5. And also, I mean, after g5, it's better to move the knight to d7 rather than e8. For example, instead of knight b6, I could have played castle short side, but then g5, knight e8. The knight on e8 is out of play. I'm gonna castle short side fearlessly. I know that this looks scary, but it's nothing. It should be nothing. Castle's queenside. Bishop e6. Rook e8. Actually, c5, I remember now. c5, sometimes... Okay, I'm gonna start with bishop e6. I'm not scared of knight g5. I can go knight d7, creating a threat, and then takes, you know, the f file opens up, e5 is a threat, rook f4 is a threat. I should be fine. White has the bishop pair, but not for too long. In that position, knight g5, knight f6, knight e6, takes. I'm playing bishop g5 next move. Queen e3 is running into queen f4, rook f4 already. Followed by bishop g5, so knight g5 is not ideal. If they go g5, for example, knight fd7, and I manage to develop the bishop first and then tuck my knight in, knight h5 is also interesting, but then after bishop e3, it feels like the knight is out of play. Now with knight d5, I guess I take and play bishop f5. But I can also keep the tension, I suppose. And play rook e8, for example. Yeah. It's been a tough day. Bishop g4. Yeah, I suppose that's not doing much after bishop e2. I'm gonna approach this very slowly and surely, making small moves, but putting my pieces in good squares eventually. I saw someone messaged. Hello, Tiago. What happened to my rating? Excellent question. Yeah, I'm experimenting a lot with this new repertoire of g3, bishop g2 with white, so... I mean, I was expecting some rating loss, but I didn't expect such a big decrease. So yeah, that's what happened. Now bishop g4 makes a little bit more sense, potentially, because... maybe I'm taking on g5 at the end of the sequence. Very risky business. There's also h6, which worries me. And if I have to play bishop f8, then bishop e2 is now stronger. So maybe I anticipate it as a whole. But then I don't like my position. c5, queen d3, bishop c4. Bishop g4, g6. I know h6 is what worries me. Bishop f8. I'm gonna go for that. I almost blundered queen g7 actually. So the idea is that if bishop e2 now, I take on f3 regardless and go knight e5. And I know that it looks scary, but I think it's okay. Obviously I have to take with the rook. Queen g5, bishop f4. Maybe that wasn't necessary. World's worst move ever. Doesn't achieve anything. It's a panic move in my defense. Yeah, everything wins there. Everything wins here. Oh, goodness gracious. Bishop f2, maybe? I don't know. Like, take 6, bishop f2. Yeah. Let's resign. Yeah. I was bluffing the whole game. I go h6, okay. So what was the line that I remember? I remember Hans Niemann and Andrew Tang played this once in a blindfold game. So we go h6. Okay, what's the main line? Bishop e3, c6, a4. Okay. Similar to actually how you approach the line with g4 sacrificing the pawn. Never thought of it in that way. I'm not even writing down the games anymore. Okay, let's stick with it. Let's stick with it. 57-23 game. I don't know. Okay, let's go knight f3, g3, bishop g2. I think e4 makes sense. Ah, interesting. First time my opponent doesn't occupy the center. So I suppose if my opponent doesn't occupy the center, I can occupy it myself. For once. So what do we have here? Yeah, my opponent's playing a King's Indian themselves. Let's play some sort of bizarre delayed d4. So I delay it. Okay, my opponent is cheaply threatening some queen f2 stuff. So embarrassing, I've been demoted to this level. I play h3 first because of b4, knight d3 maybe. Okay, even that is fine. Maybe I should have played b4 right away. I allowed knight b3, which can be potentially... And there we go, my opponent plays it. No, bishop e3 is... Wait a second. Wait a second. This... It's not so obvious. Ah, it is. What am I doing? Yeah, complete brain dysfunction. I'm not doing myself a service by stopping the bleeding. I should call it a day, but I think... I mean, some part of me thinks that I shouldn't run away. I'm definitely at my absolute lowest. In terms of chess level. I definitely think... something is very wrong. But at the same time... At the same time, I want to try. My coach would say, David, what are you doing? Like, just stop. Just stop doing this. Like, you're being unreasonable. But yeah, I want to try. Although I'm completely lost here against the 2400. Life is life. Sorry, that is live. Can't even say these things properly. Where's the play here? Bishop g5. Trying to go for bishop e7. Okay, this is something maybe. Not anymore. But this was definitely far from the way to go for my opponent. Queen b2 is a blunder immediately. Now I have some competition after DC, BC. I have to play rook fe8 or something. This only helps me. I have bishop f4. Queen d1. I like queen d1. Setting up some small trap, I suppose. Actually, I'm falling into a trap myself. Yep. Trying to trap my opponent, I trapped myself. What a genius. Yeah, let's keep pieces on the board. Although, for example, here, this rook at ed8. Wait a second. Oh. Let's check. Rook fd8, rook b1, queen takes b1 would have been a clean sweep. Let's be real, what wouldn't? Everything is a clean sweep by then. Like, even after my opponent plays suboptimally, I managed to just completely mess up. Oof. See, I'm not paying attention to my opponent's resources. Rook c1 was there. I have to be much more tactical. I was like an absolute monster. Or maybe not an absolute monster. But I was definitely calculating better a couple of like weeks ago, and now all of a sudden I've become such a poor player. I think I'm dependent on theory so much. I have to find a good balance. I've played way too, or I've tried memorizing way too many lines, and I forgot to play chess. Let's go rook b1. How to improve calculation? Do puzzles. Start there, but it depends on your level. That's what I would say. Vingin. Okay. Play quickly. That's the only hope by now. Terrible. My play is abysmal. But once again, quitting is easy. I want to test my endurance. Queen f4 touching this pawn. King g75. I think I'm happy with this. Oh my goodness. Completely missed that. Completely missed that. Okay. Trying to activate the king. Not sure if I want to take on h5 actually. In case we do get that line. Okay, let's activate the king. That seems like a reasonable plan. Oh, okay. Okay, let's go g4. Try to go for f5. Everything is losing. Yeah. Good game, Chess Able. What about that one? What was wrong? Yeah, my opponent, that was the first game in a while where my opponent also kept themselves to their side of the board. I'm gifting games. Yeah, d5. So c6, yeah, what about, like, I guess c4 is useful. Rook e1 is always a useful move. The engine thinks rook e1, but e4 can't be wrong. And then here the engine says knight bd2, knight bd7, and then I guess c3. And it goes a4. So we're playing a... Actually, it's just a completely mirrored position. Look at this. I don't want to play the mirror position. It's just a complete mirror. Interesting. I mean, that's... Do you think anyone can reach 2000 Elo on chess.com? Absolutely, yeah. Anyone can do that. Anyone with a... Sorry. Anyone with a lot of work. Wow, finally someone plays c4, knight c3. It's been such a long time. It's such a long time. I thought maybe we should have sticked with the... what am I doing? c6 was the way. Either way, c6 here also makes sense. If I'm not mistaken, bishop f6 followed by knight e7 makes sense here. Does g6 make sense here? To prevent knight h5? We're playing some sort of... what do they call this? I always struggle. English rat / Dutch / bird, reverse bird. They call it anything. I'm gonna go knight c7. And my opponent has been kind enough to allow me to play d5, and automatically I think we have ourselves a reasonable position. There were more challenging ways to play as white, but okay, this is not the worst. I'm gonna go rook b8, followed by bishop d7, bishop e8, bishop f7, ideally. I have to watch out for tricks along the diagonal. Now bishop d7 takes, bishop e6. There's a check that I do not want to allow, so I'm gonna play king h8 first. Wait a second, b5 maybe. I should have played b5. Well, I don't have the chance anymore. I'm gonna go bishop d7. Wait a second, takes, bishop e6, bishop c4, b5, takes on b6. Wait a second, am I visualizing this correctly? Yeah, I think I am. Wait a second, I'm just so... Wait a second, what? I'm completely winning after that. What am I saying? This. There's no need for any b5 stuff. I just take on d5. Let's continue with our plan, although... Now all of a sudden I realize maybe that's not the greatest thing ever. Okay, I'm gonna go for it. It seems to achieve something. Now the bishop on f7 is defending d5. h6, g5. Knight c6, knight c8. Usually you don't want to trade pieces in these positions. But I don't know. I'm actually slightly worse, I think. Knight a8. You always know things are going right when you have to play knight a8. Possibly the worst type of move. Yep. But now I gain b5. I'm happy about this. Knight c4. Yeah, beggars can't be choosers. And I have to play... Oh my goodness. Oh, queen b4. Queen b4. Let's play it quickly so it's... Seems like we saw it. I've been playing terribly. I've been playing my worst chess. And I've been trying. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. One more like that and I'm gonna... One more like that and I'm gonna... Beautiful bishop. Not sure if that's sarcasm, but probably it's not. Like, the bishop is not beautiful. Okay, I lose one more like that, I'm gonna give up in life. I'm gonna give up in life. It's really difficult to like play these reversed openings properly. Anything is difficult in chess. Okay, we get another one of these. C4, E4. Takes, 95. Plan here is to take, and play C4 and create a hole on the E4 square. We had a very similar position recently, actually. But our bishop was on E2, so having the bishop on G2 is an improvement. Massive improvement. For example, Kazu Short said CD 95 is winning a pawn. But it's allowing some counterplay on the other hand, so I should be careful. B4, bishop B4, 95, queen A4, knight C6. That's good. Another benefit, by the way, because the bishop on E2, like bishop B4, and that's it. So you don't have 95, because 95, queen A4, queen knight C6. But with the bishop on G2, you always have bishop C6, queen B4. I find it difficult to play my standard opening repetitive blitz. Why? Much more simple to just play good moves fast. Much more simple to play. Yeah, so, but I don't understand why. Sounds interesting. Okay, bishop C7. So we've achieved what we want. So now we can park a knight on C4. But actually we have to watch out for A5, so maybe we play bishop B2 to anticipate A5. And also anticipate knight D5, knight C3. Given that we're going to move this knight. This is everything this is everything white wants to achieve. It's a Neo-Catalan. I'm playing a Neo-Catalan. I should seriously get a course on this. I'm just playing it out of kind of the heart, but then like I'm analyzing my games, obviously, but it's difficult. In Starnet, you have time to punish your opponent, not so much on Blitz. Yeah, but in 3+2, you have a little bit more room. But I agree completely. It's interesting that you say that. So you play your like pet lines on Blitz. I guess you choose specific lines that are difficult to punish. But still, you know, I'm actually that's what I'm doing right now by playing G3, bishop G2, and you know, it's supposed to be difficult to punish this. Or maybe not difficult, but you're supposed to be able to outplay your opponent with these modern kind of setup chess. If you play setup chess, it's less forcing, so it's less likely your opponent is gonna be able to play a long forcing line and completely equalize against you. That's the plan. But it hasn't been working out very well. And partly that the reason is that I'm learning, like I spent tons of time trying to understand the structures myself, so I don't get time to, if I do get a good position or equalize, I don't have enough time. So the fix to that is obviously much better understanding of the opening, but also just doing tactics. I mean, I've been missing out so many. Either way, We're talking about me all of a sudden. You don't get upset when you have the excuse that you were playing your pet lines. Well, yeah. That's an additional life hack. Okay, but I think I just need to improve in strategy, general strategy. When you see these Magnus dudes, Magnus and Hikaru guys, they just see good moves. They're just better at finding good moves. Taking with the pawn is interesting. I could put a knight there quickly. I'm a little bit scared of f5 after knight takes e4, if I'm completely honest. You know what? Yeah, let's not be scared. Let's not be scared. I have queen b3, king h8, knight d2. And it just looks visibly intimidating. Nah, I'm not watching it. But my country's hosting it. Mexico. What about you, Benjin? How are you rooting for? Magnus Carl, I'm joking. Knight f3, queen knight f4, king h2, queen h5. I might be busted in that position. Although I do have knight h4. But God knows what's happening. I'll try it. I don't see anything else. I also have king h2 by the way. Like knight g1, sorry. I'm running out of time. Why is that happening? Okay, let's go queen d1. Introducing knight e5. King g8, queen b3 is a funny draw that I will obviously not take. Tricky. But it creates a hole on e4. My opponent was hoping for knight e5, rook e5. Oh no, why did I do that? Knight e4 first. Okay, my opponent probably is listening to me, so... Or just playing good chess. That's another thing, by the way. Many of these guys do listen to my stream. I am... I'm in trouble here. Clearly. Oh my goodness, what a stupid move. Okay, let's sacrifice the queen. That was stupid as well, but what else could I have done? I was hoping for something like that, but it's not like I'm immediately surviving after that, unfortunately. I wish I had more counterplay here. That kills me. Time to call it a day. 94 immediately, David. Goodness gracious. Let's accept the rematch. Okay, I'm no mercy. I'm winning 10 in a row. I'm gonna play masterpiece chess. Strategical. And beautiful. Why not queen takes d4? In which position? We can't compare ourselves with them. True. Yeah. Queen takes d4. I forgot completely, sorry. I'm rooting for South Korea as my country did not qualify. Yeah. Son is a very humble player. Wasn't he very, like, didn't his something happened on, like, the what was it, 2018 or 2020? In some World Cup, he really proved himself like a quality person, as a quality person. Then I wasn't hanging, there was mate on g7. No way. I mean, not forced mate, I'm quite sure, but... Okay, let me check it real quick. Open a new link tab, new tab. 64 point. Wow. It's fine. Does not open the engine because that could be qualified as cheating. Queen takes d4. Was it queen 64? Oh, yeah. Yep. You're completely right. Yep. Yep. Well spotted. You should stream. You should stream on. Take my place. King f8, king d7. I'm in punching bag mode. If I don't win 10 in a row now, I will live 1,000 years. As Mr. Sokolov said. Okay. Let's play a5. Maybe I shouldn't rush for a5, by the way. I've seen the engine kind of play it cool with a6, and when white goes a3 before, they always go b6, a5. So they kind of allow b4. They just stay solid. But I don't see why not going a5. I think it's very human. Very human. Gonna go knight c5, although it's not hitting anything. It's not creating any threat. Ah, this is interesting. Maybe I can play knight g8 right now, although normally you play knight g8 once the rook is on f8. You know what, let's allow knight g5, it's not the end of the world. I'm gonna play the rook, put the rook on f8. And then hopefully threaten f5 at some point. Queen g5, I think I can play the endgame and should be fine. Then wow, my opponent wants to go g4. Isn't that interesting? So if I go knight g8, I could also go knight h7 actually, because after g4 f5, the g5 square does become pretty weak. But putting the knight on h7 as opposed to g8 allows queen h6 because there's no longer. So for example, knight g8. Sorry, not taking f5 right away. Takes, rook g1. I have king h7 preventing queen h6. Or I mean, the knight is already preventing that, but king h7 is the superior move. Oh, there we go. Maybe this is... I'm gonna try this. It opens up the position. But I calculate something. g4 f5 takes rook g1, king h7, queen g5. I take, and the endgame should be fine. Okay, we're not gonna get it. We are not gonna get it. But my point was gonna be, if they go g5, I have f4, rook h5, king g6, rook g5, queen takes g5, and we're winning material. And if queen g5, we simply trade queens and then go f4, knight h6, and I think I've actually maybe that was a problem. Maybe king h6, like queen g5, queen takes g5, rook takes g5, king h6, and that's working. Big question here is what, like, keep the tension or close everything with f4. I don't think I want to close everything with f4. But g4, I mean, maybe we should wait for g4. Out of 6, g4 now takes is potentially winning a pawn, but it's a very materialistic mindset. Man, this is a little bit scary. Not sure. Not sure what I want here. I don't want to close everything. If they do go g4, fe4 is fine, and then rook f4. Or fg4 and then rook f4. Essentially the same. Yeah, I think knight h6 is a good move. Putting the knight on f6 doesn't allow the rook to infiltrate on f4 directly. Yeah, I'm already thinking of what I'm gonna name this stream. Today was tough, tomorrow will be better. And I was thinking about this yesterday, actually. I'm gonna call it Tomorrow Wasn't Better. Okay, we've conceded the e4 square, but on the bright side, we can infiltrate. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, look at me. A better position. I mean, it's been so long. I missed this. I'm getting all my confidence back. Feels good to be back. Oh, these I can win. Do I play standard tournament? Thanks for the game. Do I play standard tournaments? Yes, but it's difficult to find some that completely just click with my routine. Although now that it's holidays, it should be easier. But still, I mean, it's surprising how busy you can get in the holidays. Depressing, actually. You're supposed to be having more time, and then you're organizing all sorts of things. Okay, this is main King's Indian stuff. Not h4, f4. Maybe I should have gone h3 first. b3. Feel free to take that. That's fine by me. f4 takes. I can't take with a pawn because of queen h4. So I suppose, what was it? This is typical. Knight f5, g6, knight h6, f4. Or was it f4? f4 and taking with a piece. Maybe that was it. But taking with a piece, then g5 is unclear. So that's why. Okay, this... Nah, this is good for me, no? This looks good. Yeah, finishing my degree on filmmaking. That's going okay. It's going okay. What about you? Queen g4. Queen g4, knight f7, fg, h4. h4 seems like a useful move. Now I can play bishop h3 without the h-pawn being stuck. I think I'm gonna keep the tension with this knight. Bishop d2, useful move. Yeah, that's very optimistic, thank you. I was planning to do some. I'm interested in animation more than filmmaking, traditional filmmaking. So like Pixar movies, and not sure if you guys know Blender and things like that. So yeah, that's what I'm mostly looking forward to. Bishop d5 looks interesting here. And I wanted to make a video of I want to make an emotional short animated film about Daniel Naroditsky, actually. I've been planning in the planning stage of that for a while, but I have no experience. Like I have never made a decent animated project. You have to do tons of things. You have to model the characters. You have to rig the characters. But it's something I'm actually very excited to be doing. I definitely want to mix that side. Okay, what is happening with this position? I don't know. It feels like I'm having a dream of a King's Indian. We just have to kind of apply the finishing touches. I think a queen on g4 would be definitely helpful. My plan is rook f2, rook af1. I should have played this much more. Ah, that's clever, actually. Is that clever? Bishop g5. This looks very interesting. I'm gonna play it. Although obviously bishop a5 is the normal move, followed by taking on g6. Taking on g5 is actually, how do they refute this? Okay, let's go for the safe. Let's go for the safe move. I don't know if I should have taken on. It's okay. I'm full of doubt. That's another thing I'm failing at in this. Oh my goodness. I'm full of blunders as well. Yeah, there we go. Game over. Another one thrown to the trash. Listen, I need to stop. If not, my rating is we're gonna reach 0. Okay, I'm gonna try to swindle this, but obviously I'm not extremely optimistic. There we go. Amazing work. Credit to me for finding the losing sequence. Everything loses here. Naturally. But okay, let's see. How do you win this position? Proceeds to find the winning. Give me a second. Bishop e4. Ah, that was my last chance. I should resign. I'm down a bishop and a pawn. Ay. I just want to see how. If I can. Cheaply try some stalemate tricks or something. Okay, king e1. Yeah, he just brings the king over. He's gonna go all around. That's a cute winning plan. Bishop c6. Bishop c8 is also there. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the game, Grigori. I'm gonna play a couple of 3-0 games, hoping that I can get my rating back up a little bit, but yeah. Danya would be very proud of your work. Yeah. I think the chess world, I watched the video of him with Viva la Vida. It became very viral and it was pretty sweet. Okay, what do we play here? C4. I want to do something like that, the Viva la Vida video. Bishop d2 first and then knight c3 seems reasonable. We got this position today. Takes and bishop c3. Knight d2 looks natural. Rook c1, a3 b4. I'm gonna start with a3 b4 because it threatens b5 knight e5. That doesn't work. Knight g2 or king g2? I'll choose the more natural. As soon as the knight hits the d4 square, I'm gonna immediately take it. And b5 looks very natural. I like my position. Bishop b4, a4, queen a4, queen b3. Knight d5, knight e3. I'm gonna allow the capture of my bishop on c3. Okay, now I'm gonna threaten knight d5 to some extent. f4 looks like an interesting move, but then gf. Wait a second. Oh, wait a second. This is attacked. Give me a second. What am I doing? Okay, knight c7, queen c7, queen e6 is an idea. And after knight e7, there's bishop e5. There's also bishop b4. There's bishop e5 move 1. But then knight e5, rook c7. It's a little bit unclear. This is extremely unclear. I'm gonna actually go for this. What am I doing? This was bad. I know, bishop d2. Bishop d2. Accidental find. Accidental. Maybe my intuition knew. If queen d7, queen e5, maybe? I think that may be hyper accurate. I know, rook g8. Bishop g5, rook g5, rook c7. Yeah, I mean, it does look amazing. But I think it's much easier to take the pawn. Actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna go for that. Okay, they found something else. But queen e5, bishop f6 or queen f6. Okay. So I'll have to take and take. Yeah, this is a reasonable version of that endgame. The king on d7 prevents rook c7, so if they go king d7 now, it's a much better version. I can take on h4, I can take on e7 and then go rook c7. Okay, this looks bad, no? Knight g6. That looks terrible. Okay, I'll take this for now. And the rook a1. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. What a degenerate. Okay. Rematch, Mr. Crucy Meister. Okay, they're playing one of these. They're playing the main line. Knight h4, bishop e6. This is a line as well, but e5. If I'm not mistaken. I think this is the way the line goes. There's some lines where your bishop goes back to c8, but I think in this one, you don't have to do that. Go rook c8, that's just one of the reasons why. Black opens the c file in the first place. ev4, bishop d7, I stopped knight b5 ideas. Knight b5 right away. Wouldn't attack both d6 and a7. It only becomes a worry when there's a bishop on the way, right? Knight c5, if b4, knight a4, I'm fine. Knight c4, knight b3 looks good, followed by knight d4. This is a dream. This is a dream. This is a dream, but how do I follow up? Queen c7 looks very natural. But I want something with punch. Knight b5. Nah. Bishop b5, knight b5, obviously. Queen c7, I think, is the only one. With knight e3, maybe then I can consider a6 b5 or a6 bishop b5 ideas. I don't know. But if knight e3, that means bishop e3 is not possible, and if bishop e3 is not possible, the knight on d4 is amazing. But even if bishop e3 was possible, I mean, bishop e3, bishop takes d4 is never amazing, because I can sacrifice the pawn, and then dark squares become super weak. I'm gonna start with b5 actually. Why go a6 if you can do it right away? Now I can actually even consider a5, b4. Okay, knight b3, queen b6. Now that the pawn is behind the queen is not blocking the pawn. But a5, why would I play queen b6? Because I want to play a5. So a5 right away, following exactly the same logic I followed on the previous position. I don't know, a5 right away, rook fc1. This position resembles some sort of Sicilian. Yeah. I was thinking about the Spanish. The Spanish is allegedly the only opening that gets all sorts of structures. I read that somewhere. Trust me, I'm just... Okay, there's a super sequence here. Starting with knight g4. But do I want knight g4? Then iron e3 is not doing great. I do want to play rook c4 though. Ah, this is 3-0. I got you way too used to way too accustomed. So what do I want with knight g4? Not sure. f5 is one of those things. This runs into mate in 2. I know it doesn't because of the knight on d1. I thought knight f3, queen g1, knight f2. Okay, so rook c3 unfortunately doesn't work here. I'll take actually. This is good for me. Look at this. 24, bishop f5, bishop e4, bishop h3. This is an absolute dream. Knight f3. Knight f3 surprisingly not losing. Let's go queen b7. Let's get out of that. I don't think the queen on b6 is gonna offer me any tactics along the f file. Okay. Queen f7. I want knight f3 stuff. Only now I realize maybe I'm being a little bit optimistic here. I'm very low on time. Yeah, I should have done this on the very first place. How do you step mate now? Besides sacrificing everything. Don't tell me there's no mate. That's insane. Okay, this gives me some strength here. How do you stop bishop f1? No! I fell for it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I've been successfully swindled. Credit to my opponent. David, this is not chess. Okay. We accept this is not chess by playing 3-0. That was 92 and 93. Maybe, yeah. Probably. Unusual opening by my opponent. Oh, this is terrible. Goodness. This is mate. Maybe I'm exaggerating. That looks terrible. Queen h5. e5. Nah, maybe it's not mate. But okay. Should be eventually. Okay, let's go queen h2. Queen h3 gets on the way. When it offers a draw. That's an interesting. That's an interesting way of looking at this position. Let's castle queenside. Yeah, maybe I didn't play this in the best way. Queen f6. Okay, check. And h4. I'm gaining some sort of tempo. But they can get... okay, I have bishop h6 at the end. But I have this intermediate move now. Duck. Okay, let's see. Rook h1 looks natural. f4, knight g4. Yeah, that looks amazing as well. Oh my. Oh. I don't know what's happening. Nah, it's terrible for me. And they didn't see it. Woof. Goodness gracious. Maybe this is not amazing for me either. I was seeing bishop d4 and then queen h7, but then the king hides on e8, so it's not amazing either. So I'm struggling. I'm gonna act like I did not see rook h8. But why am I acting if like bishop d4 e5? So maybe I'm the one actually blundering here. Although there's an amazing sequence. Am I acting here? Rook e7 does nothing. Chestermind YouTube, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, I missed that they can force the rook exchange. But even that is a little bit unclear. Shake. Nah, this is amazing now. That was super bad. This is mate. If they have to go to f8, I get bishop of 6 e5. Ooh, that was a close one. If they had played rook g8, I was in trouble. Now I'm having the time of my life. He said enthusiastically. Now my plan is g4, g5, g6, rook f7. And even then I don't have a clear plan actually, so you know what, let's just take the pawn, let's just bring the king, king d2, king e3, that's my plan. My opponent helps me with it. Okay, now I think g4, g5 is efficient. So I stay a little bit longer, my king stays a little bit longer taking care of those guys first. And only after... it's not easy. g6, rook g4. Check. Okay, let's play king e3, king f3. King e3, king f3 first. So now rook g4 is not a problem. And g6, rook h7, rook h8 is mate. So you're welcome to have those guys. It's also important to rook c3, rook f, king f4 to prevent rook g3. And check, and rook h7 is accurate, I believe. Rook h7 right away, maybe. Yeah, rook h7 right away also worked. They're gonna try rook h3. I'm a mind reader. Okay, I'm not a mind reader. Okay, I'm gonna play a King's Indian. Given that I've been playing like this the whole time. Accelerated this. What does this mean? They got me to play something different. D5. I think D5 is, at the very least, interesting. E5, 94, takes 95, C5. March the king up. Yep. That's what happened, I think. Not a good sign that the faster the time control, the better I become. That's why I think being a good bullet player is a terrible sign. If someone tells me I'm a good bullet player, then okay, it can't be a terrible sign. You know, if you're #1 bullet player, that means something. But if you're like being 2,800 in leeches and a bullet player, it means that you calculate nothing. I think, to some extent. Okay, I'm being controversial. I'm gonna play f5, defending e4. But my point is that I was playing 3+2, I was trying to calculate everything and I played horribly. And now that I'm playing quicker, I'm playing a faster time control of chess in general, I seem to be not suffering as much. There's some interesting lines here. Yeah, what am I doing? I thought king e1 was forced. I'm a cheapo. I'm a chapo. That's actually that word exists. That's what we used to be calling each other in chess school. When I was younger. No, now I'm getting stuff. That's the moral of the story. 100%. Check first because I know bishop d5, king d2, so forcing the king to e1 and then e5. And if they play bishop d5, takes an e4, nah. Now this looks amazing. This looks amazing. King rook f8. Oh, g5. Rook f8. Bishop d6. d2, nah, that doesn't. Bishop h5. And then king d2. Tricky. Taking and playing bishop e3 looks like absolutely game over, but I have to be still a little bit careful. So what is the threat? d2, dc, and I'm up a rook, which explains white's next move, but with the two bishops, this is completely dead. I just have to be accurate here once again. So this bishop b4. Wow. Well, I thought I blundered rook h3, but I have to check. Goodness, I thought I almost had a heart attack. So putting the, where do you put the rook? Rook e2. How do you stop bishop a3? You have to move the rook somewhere along the file. Rook d8, king f7. I'm gonna just pick up these guys. My ears hurt of the pressure that this headset applies to my skull. Okay, what a shame. Actually, you know what? This is hyper accurate. I could have won the exchange, but I'm gonna win the whole rook. Ah, clever. Actually, I should stop messing around. That was actually clever. Let's test my speed. Ah! Oof. He mismade? Did he? Oh, I played e4 by accident. Okay, let's play the 4 knights. Where was the mate? Did he miss mate or did I miss mate? I'm quite sure I missed mate somewhere. But what about him? Takes queen f3. Bishop g5 also. And then queen f3. Interesting, they go for this line. Isn't this bishop f6 knight d5? Not sure. No way. Yeah, you're right. Goodness. I did. Introducing bishop f5. What do you play against this? Or did I blunder? I think I take and play 94. Yeah. That's my excuse at least. But Magnus would be just starting. But okay, we shouldn't compare ourselves with the gods of chess. But sometimes you should, I guess. Queen f5 looks very shaky, but I don't think there's any punishing move. f6, there's even queen d5, bishop c4. Which is pretty nice. Although, do we want that, or is that just pretty tactics? That's a different story. Okay, rook e6 is, I guess, what my opponent wants. Why did I not go queen f4? Okay, I can't be wandering around in thought. Want to get bishop c4 in a much better version? Ooh, oy, oy, oy. Bishop g5. Let's not do that. Okay. Some bishop g6 winning. It looks amazing, but I think they have rook e6 in between moves. So actually, wait a second. Now I think it's working. At the very least, I have a draw. If I want to chicken out. Okay, it doesn't work, but I don't know. This is not even a threat. Yeah, I'm having second thoughts. But hey, it was fun while it lasted. Knight c4. Trying to go for 95 stuff. Holding. Rook e8 is now not possible. I think my queen on f3 is much better than on g3, so I'm grateful for that. King h2. I think I want my king there to enable g3. Didn't realize that. Should have invaded with rook e6 before. Now knight d6 is possible. Check. Yeah. Now they have at least a draw now. Now that they're gonna take it. I have to do this? Wow. I'm in trouble. I am in trouble. Oof, that doesn't work. I have no move. And I'm down on the clock. To add insult to injury. Yeah. Good game, Crucy Meester. What was wrong with that game? How did I get such a... I was a 4 knights. I don't know how to play chess, that's the problem. That's the only chance I have to outplay my opponents, to know the opening. In blitz chess. Classical chess, it's a different story, but even then, I need to become better at chess. Strategy. Okay, that's a weird move. What if I simply take? Taking. Okay. Well, this is an amazing King's Indian. Amazing. Bishop g4. Queen d2 is kind of forced. And then bishop f3. That looks amazing. Queen e2, bishop f3, takes, queen e3. I feel like my eye is gonna explode sometime soon. Knight b7 followed by e5. Yeah, my opponent's thinking. There must be something wrong with queen d2. That was part of the plan. Okay, I'm gonna go knight e6, introducing knight b4 ideas. I'm gonna go b5, sacrificing a pawn, hoping for. They take it. Pretty surprised. Rook b8. Knight d5 looks more natural. Now I want to go queen d7. Although queen b6 looks very natural as well. You know what? Queen b6 looks fine now. I want to provoke a4 so I can invade. Now I'm enabling a6 as well. '93? I don't know. He's got a game out of that terrible opening. I think he's dropping the pawn. H3 G4 comes to mind, trying to sabotage the defense of the E4 pawn. But then I go bishop C5, G4, bishop E6, bishop E4. Ah, G4 right away. You are on a different level. Okay, I'll take this. Queen D8, King G7. Do you think doing puzzles will help with blitz chess? Absolutely. And I did do puzzles at some point, like 2 weeks ago. I was doing them. Tons of them. We got it to a very good level. The problem is that I'm playing excessively, first of all. Second of all, I'm not managing my time well. I'm not sure how much you want to become good at blitz, though. I think you lose the patience that it takes to figure out what's going on. You can't be good at everything. That's why people respect Nakamura so much, because he was a monster at blitz while maintaining his classical dominance. It's not easy at all. My opponent is running out of time. Let's pre-move the rematch button. I'm just testing this G3 bishop G2. Takes into all sorts of positions. Oh my goodness, I did it the other way around. Okay, it's fine. Okay, luckily they didn't play d4, which was, I believe, the move. Can it take on e5, go rook e1? We'll find out. d4 I was thinking. So I'm not only getting rid of my weakness, but I'm transforming it into an asset. There we go. My opponent's getting tired. They haven't played 4 hours like me. I'm joking. One thing that people really love doing is basing, like concluding one's level out of a day or, you know, a couple of games of chess. That doesn't determine your level. Ah, my opponent is really pushing this line. Are you testing this for what? Planning to use it in some ode? I'm testing it in general. I think it's some of the lines that I've never explored in chess in general. And somehow it's just giving me all sorts of variations. I mean, all of a sudden, I feel like G3, knight f3, D3, it's everything. I mean, it's an English, it's a Reti, it's a reversed Pirc, it's a King's Indian attack or a King's Indian defense. It's everything. It's a Philidor sometimes. Okay, not with G3, bishop D2. But it's a modern, okay, not with knight f3. But yeah, you guys get it. Like it's so much. So no wonder people get confused, and that's why I want to adopt it. And by the way, I'm feeling, you know, yeah, I feel I admire all of these chess streamers. Like, and I admire in particular Daniel Naroditsky, because he used to talk to his viewers so casually while playing games. He was truly out of this world. I mean, he would come up with insane ideas, or maybe it's just some skill that you have to develop that that is pretty insane. Okay, my opponent's claiming that they're either gonna get back their exchange, or at the very least the light scores are very weak, and there's gonna be long-term compensation. So what I'm gonna choose is I'm gonna give my material back right away. Although I get it in a kind of stupid version, so I'm allowing e6. But what else could I have done? Maybe I rook a 3. Ooh, oh, okay. Yeah, actually, I'm getting something. I'm happy about this. I'm not as scared of e6. I'm not scared of queen d7 followed by rook a7 as much as I was scared of e6. Maybe I should. Okay, now I get a6. Although e6 yet again. Nah, I don't know. I feel like I have to activate myself here. Holding on to my pawn there, it doesn't seem bright. I'm gonna activate myself. Yeah, that was a big mistake. How do I save this? Is it savable? Actually, I have an interesting plan here. So I go rook a8. And what I've done is I've managed to exchange an active piece for a stupid piece. He was an elite player overall as well, absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, I'm comparing myself to some extent. I mean, I like to think that I can get to that level. I got his book, planning to read it at some point. The one he wrote when he was, what, 12? Probably younger, actually. d3, queen a1. Queen a1, queen d4 is a pretty good pawn. Now I'm only down one pawn. I've made enormous progress. Let's give a check first and then push. f3, queen e2. My king is reasonably safe. Introducing bishop e5, but also... Oh my goodness. Never mind. I'm gonna flag. I didn't even try to save the game. Yeah, that's another example. Like I freeze there. Not an easy position, but if you want to be a serious blitz player, you have to. Okay, what is this? You have to react in those situations. Okay, we're getting that line up a tempo. Pretty good. We're getting exactly what he was playing before. It's addictive to click on this. How does he defend? Queen d6? Yeah, b6 is more natural. d4, c4, etc. b4. I know this could backfire. Something in me says d4 is the right move. c4, b3. Ah, 95. c4, 95. That's it. That's active. It threatens all sorts of things. Take 6. I'm expecting 95. Bishop e5 seems like a crime because of the dark squares. But for example, 95, d5, e6, g4 is game over. 95. f4 well, looks interesting, but I think I prefer this. En passant, f4 here also looks extremely interesting. I have found myself behaving like Magnus actually in recent time. Like I've developed tons of his ticks. e6, bishop a8, queen d5, queen e8. Like I criticize. Oh, that was a mouse flip. Criticize people that act like Hikaru, especially the youngsters. And then I find myself like in OTB tournaments walking like Magnus. Because that walk is addictive. Goodness gracious, we haven't moved our rating spot. We have to get some games here. Start winning some games. Okay, so I'm gonna continue with d5. I think I've been getting good positions. Maybe here instead of DC I should go. I like DC. More than Marvel. Some people may be confused about that, and I completely understand. Okay, this time I'm not gonna take the rook on f1. This time... Actually, yeah, this line is bad. I should not repeat it. Shouldn't have repeated it. I have to go for this again. But okay, let's see. My camera died again. Goodness gracious, that's never happened. Give me a second, I'm gonna... Actually, you know what? I think it's excessive. I'm probably gonna call it a day. Okay, give me a second. h6, e6. Okay, e6, stopping e6. I don't get sick, no. I feel like I'm getting closer at completely dominating the opening. King h7. I want to get some f5 ideas. So knight g5 is now in the counter. counter attacking ideas now. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That was poor. That was poor. I think I can take and go bishop h8, but obviously it's insane. Insanely bad. So what's the threat here? Bishop g7 mate. So g5, bishop g5, king g6, king g8, king g8. It's all good. Bishop h6 back, rook b8. Maybe rook c8. Okay, I'm in trouble here. Big trouble, I may say. Big trouble. Hopefully clicking on the piece like this is gonna save me. Okay, I have some little trap here. Only move bishop g6, obviously. Not threatening bishop f6 because of rook g6, so just threatening to go b4, I suppose. I think my opponent's letting it slip a little bit. This b4 move is a little bit scary. Okay, now bishop f6 works. Potentially. Okay, I can't do that, so I have to go for this. Oh my goodness, bishop b8 is in the air. What are we doing? Okay, this move by my opponent is definitely allowing... Ah, never mind, I'm dead. Yeah, that was good. Okay, last one. Last one. Okay, same thing. You know, why lulled? Usually you shouldn't play without analyzing. You should play game, analyze, game, analyze. But what I'm doing now is degenerate completely. Okay, I'm gonna take with the pawn, open the c file, introducing knight c3, rook c1. Okay, 95 looks good. Rook c1 first. Feels like a better version. 95 now is even probably stronger. Wow. Wow. 94. What do I play here? Knight d3, queen b6. Knight d5. 94. I'll retreat. Gonna take with the knight, although. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't know why I went for it. Okay. Might be in trouble here. Rook c6 doesn't work. Fortunately. Ah, maybe it does. Bishop. Nah, it doesn't. It's a long shot. I am in trouble. I'm gonna try bishop h6. Bishop b3. Already a sign that things are going wrong. Maybe not f4 is tricky. What about rook b1? Feels unintuitive. I want to enable queen b3. Oh, clever. Okay, bishop c4. Insisting on queen b3. Queen b3 finally arrived. Although rook b7 is there. Actually, this makes it all more tricky. All the more tricky, I should say. How do we do this? Knight e5, bishop f2, king f2. At some point I'd have knight f7 now. Yeah, this probably doesn't work. It's a cheap trick. I'm full of these. That's what I need to work on. Like, I'm just playing for tricks. What about king g2 though? It should be 4 stuff. I'm not even sure what I'm threatening. I don't think I'm threatening anything. Okay. I'm gonna answer to that, Simon, very soon. Give me a second. I'm in trouble here. I am in trouble. As Taylor Swift would say. Okay. Attack queen. Plunder mate immediately. Thanks for the games, Cruci Meister. Let's allow the mate. Although I keep, there we go. Thanks for the games, Cruci. Thanks for the games. Hello, David. Hope you're doing well. I want to ask you, and I have to find reliable defense to e4. 1800 feet. Reliable defense. e5. Just follow the engine, I would say. But okay, easy to, like, there's never going to be anything easy to play. e5, as anything else, you'll have to learn tons of things. But I'll just give you kind of an introduction. So, Ruy Lopez, tons of people are playing. Like, against the Ruy Lopez, you can... I think the engine just... there's also not... Like, there's simply knight f6, which is very solid. But even something like this recently has proved extremely difficult to play against. Against the Italian... obviously, this is nothing. If you learn all the theory after this, this is absolutely nothing. You should be fine. So knight f6, d3, and then in many lines you just go d6. So bishop e7, d6. But if you want to find an equalizer, what they call something a little bit more sterile, you can prepare d5. Obviously, you have to be careful with some move orders, but like just to give you kind of the simple reductionist explanation. I mean, the central, I mean, what else is there? Like, the 4 knights is absolutely fine. Most basic of openings. Like, you go d5, you sacrifice the pawn, you take here, and just remember, bishop d5, you allow white to double your pawns. You go c6. I mean, you can play several things. Today, my opponent played bishop e7, which is also very interesting. Everything equalizes if you know it properly, but this is kind of the absolute engine line. You allow your opponent to double pawns, and because you have the bishop here, there's never anything your opponent can do. What else? Yeah, just play e5, and I mean, more importantly than what to play, you could choose anything. Just randomly select one: Caro-Kann, French, Pirc, whatever. Just learn it properly. You're gonna lose tons of games at first, and then if you analyze your games, like you keep playing and analyzing, and you play rapid games, not 3-0, for example, where you're not gonna get rewarded when you get a winning position, for instance. Then I'm quite sure you're gonna get good. But 1800 feet is already pretty high, so maybe I'm taking this very lightly. Like, definitely, I don't know, work on your tactics equally. Yeah. Okay, thanks everyone. That was insane. I think I'm never gonna do that again. I'll come with much better chess. I think that was excessive. I'm also experimenting with how I commentate while playing, and I think I'm rubbish at it. So hopefully I can get better at that as well. Multitasking. But I'm completely dead. And I'll proceed to let my brain rest. But thanks everyone. Have a good one. And I'll see you on Wednesday.